Chapter 4706, Golden Fishing Net. The name was very tacky, but it was an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It seemed that the Punishment King had put in a lot of effort in order for the Punishment Hall to control the Golden City. He could even equip them with such a level of emperor weapon. The 3 of them roared angrily. Everything within a radius of 1 mile was covered by the golden fishing net. It was shining. Ling Xiao had nowhere to hide. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape in an instant, unless he could teleport. Moreover, the golden fishing net condensed the divine essence of the 3 of them. Its power was enough to destroy an emperor weapon with 8 dragon patterns. Even an emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns would be shattered. A simple emperor weapon was not as magical as one imagined. Treasures could only unleash their terrifying power in the hands of martial artists. Can Ling Xiao block such a powerful attack? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, wanting to see how Ling Xiao would deal with it. These 3 punishment guards are merciless. They even used the golden fishing net to deal with Ling Xiao. There's nothing they can do about it. Ling Xiao is too fast. Ordinary attacks can't hit him at all. Stop talking. Look. Everyone looked at the golden fishing net. The 3 punishment guards revealed cold smiles. Instead of capturing Ling Xiao alive, they thought it would be better to just kill him. So, what if he was an emperor? It wasn't as if the punishment hall had never killed a disciple before. As long as the Punishment King didn't fall, they had the guts. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. It's just a small trick. You're wrong to use a magic treasure to deal with me. Ling Xiao channeled his divine essence into the reverse god sword. Then he stabbed out. The reverse god sword suddenly turned into the appearance of Tao Tai in midair. It opened its bloody mouth. It swallowed the golden fishing net in one gulp. Everyone thought that there was something wrong with their eyes. That was an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It was broken so easily. Was there a mistake? Punishment guards, you're just SOSO. Although the 3 of you cooperate very well. But I've already discovered your weakness. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "What other powerful things do you have? I want to see just how much courage the Punishment Hall has given you. You even dared to kill the Crown Prince." Interesting. Number 1 was startled for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "I've never seen a Divine Core warrior who can make us so excited. Looks like I have to get serious today. Otherwise, I won't be able to take you down." Disciplinary Guard number 2 also said, "You have the qualifications to make us go all out. Kill." 3rd Punishment Guard's words were still simple and clear. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. The 3 people finished talking, and suddenly all started urging divine essence. They seemed to be performing a special combination skill. With their powerful auras, the surrounding spirit chi began to become violent. That's the combination skill of the Punishment Guard. There were still experts in the crowd. I just don't know what kind of combination skill it is. Rumor has it that every Punishment Guard group has a unique combination skill. It required 3 people to work together to cast it. Once it was used, it would be extremely powerful. The 3 of them should know a 1st level saint rank martial art. But once they work together to perform the combination skill, the power of the combination skill can reach the 2nd level saint rank, or even stronger. To be able to force the Punishment Guard to use the combination skill, Ling Xiao isn't weak. It makes sense that he was able to defeat Little Thunder God, Lei Xinglia. Not bad. Looks like he does have some tricks up his sleeve, but that's all. After all, his cultivation base was too low to face the combination technique of the Punishment Guards. He can't do anything against the Punishment Guard. Just as the crowd was discussing, in the middle of the 3 Punishment Guards, an illusory giant appeared. The giant was wearing golden armor. It held a long blade in its hand. It was mighty and extraordinary. Combination skill, Golden War God. The Golden War God was about 10 meters tall. Although it was an illusory body, it could do everything the real body could do. It possessed 90% of the divine essence of the 3 punishment guards and 80% of the total strength of the 3. Although it wasn't the Tao of Fusion, it was very close to Ling Xiao's Tao of Fusion. The moment the Golden War God appeared, it slashed down with the long blade in its hand. The violent blade technique was simple and direct. The pressure it brought made Ling Xiao feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was skyrocketing. He couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. This was exactly the effect he wanted. It looked like today's battle wasn't in vain. The energy in his cultivation sea was close to 20% now. If he could block this move, 20% would definitely not be a problem. The path of martial arts was extremely magical. Different daos could give rise to different attacks and different moves. Combining martial arts with martial arts was what the divine body realm had to do in the future. What an interesting combination skill. Maybe I can consider playing with it. Ling Xiao had 4 venerable bodies: true body, divine venerable, demon venerable, and de-venerable. Although the other 4 had a higher starting point. Unless there was a fortuitous encounter, it was almost impossible for them to advance. The only chance to advance was for Ling Xiao's true body to become stronger than the other 3. In this way, the 3 venerable bodies would change with the true body strength and reach the same realm as the true body. At that time, it would be impossible to not have some combination skills. After all, the Tao of Fusion couldn't be used frequently. Of course, these were all things to consider in the future. What he had to do now was to defeat this golden battle god. Ling Xiao's right hand condensed the god-defying arts unification form. His left hand condensed the beast god sky-devouring flash. 2 types of martial arts were released at the same time. The terrifying power was evident. A terrifying sword light erupted. The first sword light directly destroyed the terrifying blade aura. The blade aura shattered, and a wave of energy scattered. The second sword light directly destroyed the golden battle god. However, Ling Xiao's attack didn't end there, because he knew that the other party wouldn't die so easily. Therefore, after using 2 sword moves, a demon Buddha appeared above Ling Xiao's head. It released a bright Buddha light, Black Lotus Treasure Light. The Black Lotus Treasure Light and Holy Ground Demonic Shadow were both level 10 Saint class techniques. One could imagine how terrifying its power was. The 3 punishment guards spat out blood almost at the same time. The golden battle god was also completely destroyed. This is too fast. There was a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Ling Xiao defeated the 3 punishment guards in the end almost effortlessly. Many people even suspected that he might still have strength left. Ling Xiao, stop! A loud shout came from the crowd. Ling Xiao knew who shouted. That person was wearing the clothes of Punishment Hall. He should also be a commander of Punishment Hall. When he was suppressed previously, that person didn't say anything. Now that he saw that the punishment guards were defeated, he stood up and shouted. But how could Ling Xiao be so easy to deal with? He stepped forward and directly took the lives of the 3 punishment guards with the god-defying sword. Then he used the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow and left in front of everyone. You were disrespectful to me and even wanted to kill me. You deserve to die. If anyone still wants to die, I'm happy to accompany you. These were the words Ling Xiao left for everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 4707. After killing the 3 guards, Ling Xiao immediately left. The most important thing right now was to send Bai Muden and Yu Fenghua away. This time, he didn't encounter any trouble. Half an hour later, Bai Muden used a token to open up a teleportation path in a certain grid in the Great Emperor Palace. After sending them in, the path was sealed. Ling Xiao turned around and prepared to return to the Fire King Palace. However, at the place where he killed the guards, the commander of the Punishment Palace, Lin Hong, and 10 other guards were waiting. Lin Hong hated Ling Xiao to the bone. His son, Lin Chun, had suffered horrifying torture and finally died. The scene of his death was simply terrifying. His entire body had turned into a shriveled corpse. It was as if all the water in his body had been sucked dry. At that time, Lin Hong swore, even if he died, he would avenge his son. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. Ling Xiao came out alone. He didn't have any helpers with him. The Punishment King had already paid a visit to the Fire King Palace. In fact, he was just stalling for time. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything would become simple. With the Punishment King's protection, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Wow, this is truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Lin Hong thought that Ling Xiao could kill them alone. Ling Xiao also thought that since the Punishment King wasn't with Lin Hong, this was an opportunity. Ling Xiao, are you still happy now? The Fire King won't come to save you, and neither will the Valkyrie. The Flower King won't let the Valkyrie come back. As for the Fire King, with the Punishment King blocking him, he won't come either. So, today you're dead. No one can save you. Lin Hong looked at Ling Xiao and said fiercely, "You actually killed my son for that bitch Yin Lihua. Today, I will cut you into pieces." "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't you want to kill me? Just do it. Perhaps in the eyes of others you're a high and mighty punishment commander, but in my eyes, you're nothing. You're just a pile of shit." Ling Xiao mocked. This time, the other party had the intention to kill him. Therefore, of the 10 disciplinary guards that Lin Hong brought with him, 6 of them were at the first level of the divine physique echelon. The remaining 4 were half-step divine body echelon cultivators. Obviously, he was wary because Ling Xiao had killed 3 punishment guards before. If 3 wasn't enough, then 6. In addition, there were 4 half-step divine physique realm martial artists. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. To be honest, if Ling Xiao was an ordinary person, Lin Hong's plan would have been foolproof. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was never an ordinary person. Looking at these warriors today, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. The energy in his cultivation was going to increase again. "You're just brave enough. I really admire you for that." Lin Hong smiled coldly and said, "Attack together. Kill this brat for this commander. Remember, cut him into pieces. Don't let him die too easily." He wasn't ready to attack yet because he wanted to see what tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. If he joined in the middle of the battle, it would be easier to kill Ling Xiao. How could Ling Xiao not know what this guy was thinking? However, he had the body of 3 supremes. How could he allow Lin Hong to sneak up on him at the crucial moment? He definitely had a way to stop the other party. Soon, the 10 disciplinary guards surrounded Ling Xiao. The half-step divine physique echelon cultivators attacked with all their might. The divine physique echelon cultivators surrounded Ling Xiao and attacked him. This strategy could be said to be perfect if the half-step divine physique echelon cultivators didn't need to defend themselves and still had Dharma treasures in their hands. Their attack power was enough to injure the divine physique echelon cultivators. Even if they had to grind Ling Xiao down, they would definitely grind him to death. In addition to the 6 people surrounding Ling Xiao, there were exactly 2 groups. Each group was good at cooperating. The difficulty of this was extremely high. The number of spectators for this battle was unprecedented. Even many of the City of Gold's higher-ups were here. The disciplinary hall is going to bully people again. Isn't that so? Ever since Wang Jinding became the disciplinary king, the disciplinary hall has basically become his tool to eliminate dissidents. It's a pity that a venerable sovereign hasn't appeared for over 100 years. That's why they have this opportunity. To be honest, I actually hope that Ling Xiao can win and break the rules of the disciplinary hall. However, this is extremely difficult. Previously, Ling Xiao was only dealing with that disciplinary guard. It seems like he already gave it his all. Now, he's facing 6 divine physique echelon cultivators and 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. There's also a disciplinary commander eyeing him covetously. It's easy to imagine his ending. In the past 100 years, many people have tried to rebel against the disciplinary hall. It seems that other than venerable sovereigns, no one has succeeded. While the crowd was discussing, the intense battle had already begun. 6 first-level divine physique echelon cultivators and 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators joined forces. In such a situation, even a second-level divine physique echelon cultivator wouldn't be able to escape. Even Lin Hong, the disciplinary commander, was definitely not a match for these people. He did this purely to disgust Ling Xiao. So, what if you're the emperor's son? Your power isn't as great as mine. Ling Xiao didn't underestimate these people from the beginning. He used the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation, the sun god's blood formation, and the tyrannical martial soul possession. At the same time, he also took out the crimson blood demon sword and the reverse god sword. One could say that he was fully prepared. Let's start with the half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. Facing the opponent's attack, Ling Xiao used the holy ground demonic shadow and dodged it easily. If he didn't want to fight, these people wouldn't even be able to touch him. The main reason was that they were too fast. Be careful. One of the first-level divine physique echelon cultivators was probably at the first-level superior level. In any case, among these people, he was the strongest apart from Lin Hong. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was still a little too late. A bloody wound appeared between the eyebrows of the 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. Then, the 4 bodies fell to the ground. They turned into shriveled corpses. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye. Many of the onlookers were still lamenting Ling Xiao's bad luck. Lin Hong was even mocking Ling Xiao for overestimating himself. In the end, it turned out like this. What kind of movement technique is he cultivating? I noticed it before. His speed is simply too fast. It's at least a 3rd-level sacred movement technique. What happened to this kid? Looks like we can't underestimate this person. The onlooker's mentality gradually changed. Lin Hong's mentality also changed a little. However, he still didn't make a move. Although 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators died, he understood one thing. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. He noted it down. When he made a move later, he would deliberately pay attention to this point. This kid is very strange. It's better to restrain him before killing him. Otherwise, our speed won't be as fast as his. One of them said loudly, "Just leave it to us." One of the trio's combination techniques was specifically used to restrain the enemy. The 3 of them activated their divine energy at the same time. All of a sudden, a strange puppet appeared in the void. End of chapter. Chapter 4708. The puppet appeared behind Ling Xiao in an instant. Then, the puppet's stomach actually opened, and Ling Xiao was pulled in. Ling Xiao was trapped and couldn't escape. This was the best time to kill him. He still can't escape death. There was a sigh from the crowd. How could Ling Xiao still be alive when he was trapped? Attack! The other group of 3 immediately launched an attack. He blasted the puppet with his fist. This puppet had a special characteristic. It could directly transfer the attack from the outside to the trapped martial artist. However, it wouldn't be hurt at all. Worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't die, Lin Hong, who had been watching, also attacked. The trio performed a combination technique. Lin Hong used his ultimate move. Most martial artists in the first level of the divine body realm would be killed instantly. Even martial artists in the second level of the divine body realm would be seriously injured. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. The prince is gone just like that. I wonder how the Fire Emperor will react. The Fire Emperor probably won't go against the punishment hall for a dead person, right? The crowd discussed and felt that this show might have ended. There was no need to continue watching. The trio who performed the puppet technique were still afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't die. In the end, they caused the puppet to self-destruct. A terrifying explosion sounded. A cloud of smoke curled up. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. I've avenged you, Lin Hong roared to the sky. However, at this moment, a blood-red sword light cut through the void. The punishment guards, who had completely given up on defense. The sword light actually pierced through 3 of them. Their hearts were cold. In an instant, the 3 of them fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Before Lin Hong could react, the other 3 punishment guards were also torn into pieces by the distorted void. At this point, all 10 punishment guards were killed. Lin Hong looked in that direction in horror. A person walked out of the smoke and dust and patted the dust off his body, although there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. His clothes seemed to be new. The old ones were probably completely ruined. Really, if you want to kill me, why did you have to ruin my clothes? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Hong with a smile. I'm afraid your is still unable to close his eyes. Why don't you go down to accompany him? After enduring a series of attacks, Ling Xiao had suffered serious internal injuries. His opponent's attack was indeed domineering. Even though his physical body was equivalent to a 9-dragon inscriptions monarch weapon, he would still get injured. And it wasn't light. However, he had already eaten a healing pill. What made him happy was that this attack had increased the energy in his sea of cultivation by 30%. It had reached 50%. Not only that, but his physical strength also seemed to have improved. That was something worth celebrating. What kind of monster are you? Lin Hong looked at Ling Xiao, losing all his previous arrogance. His heart was filled with fear. Ling Xiao originally wanted to use the battle with Lin Hong to increase his strength. Now, Lin Hong didn't seem to have any fighting spirit left. I accidentally scared him. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed. Forget it. Since he's useless, I'll just kill him. Lin Hong was currently within the range of his sun god's blood formation. His body had long been hollowed out by the bloodthirsty plague. His strength was probably at the first level of the divine physique echelon. Ling Xiao raised the crimson blood demon sword and used the beast god sky devouring flash. The moment he used this move, the beast god sky devouring flash's level increased again. From the initial level to the proficient level, its power also increased from the 3rd level of the saint level to the 4th level. How could the weakened Lin Hong block it? When the sword light pierced through Lin Hong's head, he didn't seem to have any reaction. The surrounding people were also completely dumbfounded, until Lin Hong fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He's not dead yet. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Hong. This guy was actually still alive. Although Lin Hong was smart and wanted to play dead, how could he escape from Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye? Ling Xiao walked over and stepped on Lin Hong's body. A mocking voice sounded. Aren't you very awesome as the punishment hall's commander? Why did he have to feign death to escape now? Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao, you're finished. Even if you kill me today, you're also finished. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Lin Hong couldn't pretend anymore. He opened his eyes helplessly and glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. You dared to kill the Punishment Hall's people. You're challenging the Golden City's rules. You'll die miserably. Even an emperor won't be able to save you. This rule was set by the Golden City's emperors. Even the current emperors can't overturn it. Idiot! Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. You want to talk about rules with me? Fine, let's talk about the rules. Your idiot son tried to harm the previous Golden Emperor's widow and daughter. As the Punishment Hall's commander, you actually dared to die suddenly. Do you know what kind of crime this is? I know the Punishment Hall can cover the sky with one hand, but the Emperor isn't dead yet. You actually dared to do this. This time, you tried to assassinate this Emperor's son. According to the rules, you still can't escape death. Even the Punishment Hall's king can't save you. What widow are you talking about? Lin Hong was stunned. The Golden Sky region's third emperor's widow, by Peony. Others may not know about this, but our ancestor is probably well aware of it. Ling Xiao sneered. Impossible. It's impossible. That woman doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. How could she? Lin Hong was completely dumbfounded because he realized what a stupid mistake he had made. No wonder Ling Xiao dared to kill so unscrupulously. Punishment Hall's reputation wasn't good to begin with. With this incident, Ling Xiao would definitely be secretly praised by many, and their Punishment Hall's reputation would be even worse. Hee, now that you know the truth, it's time to send you on your way. Go and reunite with your precious son. Ling Xiao sneered and used the Void God's sword to suck Lin Hong dry. This time, Lin Hong could be considered to be completely dead. Looking at the 14 corpses on the ground, 9 first-level Divine Body Realm Punishment Guards, 4 half-step Divine Body Realm Punishment Guards, and a second-level Divine Body Realm Punishment Commander. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Well done. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. That's right, this is so *king satisfying. Punishment Hall has done more than 1 or 2 despicable things over the years. This time, they actually dared to attack the previous emperor's widow. They deserve to die. It seems like there's a reason why the emperor chose Ling Xiao to be the emperor's son. What's going to happen next will probably be more interesting. Emperor's son, hurry up and run back to the Fire King Palace. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. At this moment, someone shouted, That's right, Emperor's son. You've killed so many Punishment Hall martial artists. There's no way to let you go. We all have high hopes for you, but now is not the time to have a direct confrontation with Punishment Hall. Hearing these people's words, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. How many things had Punishment Hall done that angered the heavens? There were actually so many people who wanted them to be unlucky. Mobile version update website. Chapter 4709. In fact, Ling Xiao was already prepared to be despised by countless people after killing them. But now, it seemed like he was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. In the past, these people did not dare to make a sound because they could not go against the Punishment Hall. So they did not dare to make a sound. But now that there was Ling Xiao, this vanguard, they naturally had to support him. Get lost! Right at this moment, an angry roar sounded. Ling Xiao heard it clearly. This was clearly the voice of the Punishment King. This old man really could not keep his composure. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as he arrived to avenge his disciple Lin Hong. However, how could the Fire Emperor, who had long pledged allegiance to Ling Xiao, let him succeed? These two people arrived at the same time. Each of them had brought a lot of experts with them. Seeing the Punishment King make a move, the Fire Emperor suddenly attacked, forcing the Punishment King back. The two Supreme Kings suddenly fought, scaring the surrounding cultivators into retreating. This was called a fight between immortals. They could not afford to provoke it. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, watching the two immortals fight as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Fire Emperor, do you still want to protect this cruel lunatic? The Punishment King roared. This person killed his fellow disciples, and the corpses are all there. And these people who died were the loyal punishment guards and punishment commanders of the City of Gold. Ling Xiao killed them, which is challenging the rules of the City of Gold. Don't you think he deserves to die? Don't try to bluff your way out there. You know better than anyone what kind of thing your punishment hall is. All these years, I couldn't be bothered to care about you guys because I didn't care about the position of the Golden Sovereign. Today, if you dare to hurt the Imperial Prince, I dare to fight you to the death. It was rare for the Fire Emperor to be calm. He was in the right today, so what did he not dare to say? The punishment guards and punishment commanders killed the Imperial Prince and deserve to die. If they die like this, it will be too easy for them. You bastard! The Punishment King could not beat the Fire Emperor in a fight, nor could he win in an argument. After holding it in for a long time, he could only say this sentence. But today, it was absolutely impossible for the Punishment King to let Ling Xiao go so easily. In terms of quantity and quality, his king's mansion and the punishment hall's experts were superior to the Fire King's palace. What could the Flame Emperor do to him alone? Ling Xiao looked at the law enforcement king's flustered and exasperated appearance and felt very happy in his heart. He noticed that other than the Fire Emperor and the Punishment Emperor, the Thunder Emperor had also arrived. He was standing in the crowd, but he had no intention of interfering. Obviously, they were here to watch the show. Many other king-level experts, who were second only to the four kings, had also come. However, the Flower King and the Valkyrie Yang Shui didn't come. Do you all have nothing better to do? I've only killed a few extremely vicious villains. Is such a small matter worthy of so many people coming to watch? Ling Xiao looked around and laughed. Everyone was a little surprised. Facing the disciplinary Law King and the Thunder Sovereign, Ling Xiao still appeared insufferably arrogant. Just what kind of trump card did this kid have? Small matter? You've killed the Punishment Hall's martial artists. Killing someone from the Punishment Hall isn't a small matter. Even if they're in the wrong, they still have to accept the punishment of the Punishment Hall. You can't just do whatever you want. The Law Enforcement King roared. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Old man, I think you've gone senile. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding with a cold smile and said, You've been in charge of the Punishment Hall all these years, but you don't even know the rules of the Punishment Hall? If a martial artist attempts to assassinate or kill a king-level martial artist or crown prince, you can deal with it yourself. You'd better give up your position. The Punishment Hall is really not suitable for someone with Alzheimer's disease, like you. No matter how eloquent the Law Enforcement King was, he couldn't win against Ling Xiao's mouth. Ever since Ling Xiao came to this day from the Heavenly Dragon Continent, his mouth had never lost to anyone. Haha, what a sharp tongue. The one who spoke wasn't the Law Enforcement King, but a middle-aged man beside him. He was probably the legendary king of many treasures, Huang Jinyu. Huang Jinyu, as his name suggested, was dressed extravagantly. Although the clothes he was wearing weren't treasures, they were worth at least 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million superior-grade spirit stones. Many martial artists couldn't get so many spirit stones in their lifetime, but Huang Jinyu's clothes were so expensive. Huang Jinyu had a smile on his face. His eyes were narrowed, and the smile on his face was too fake. Ling Xiao felt that this guy was definitely a smiling tiger. He didn't seem angry, but he was already filled with killing intent. This guy was definitely strong. Although he wasn't as strong as the four kings, he was still troublesome. Also, Ling Xiao saw another person in the crowd. Speaking of which, it was strange. This person looked ordinary, wore ordinary clothes, and was only at the first level of the divine body realm. Ling Xiao couldn't see anything with his Tai Chi eye, but the more he was like this, the more Ling Xiao felt that this person was special. "Kid, what's your name?" Ling Xiao asked directly. "Your Highness, I'm Yang Fan." That person said respectfully. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't care too much after seeing his attitude. However, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The more calm this person was, the more normal he was, the more troublesome it was for him. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person in the criminal law king's residence. I'm afraid Huang Jinyu is trash in your eyes. Ling Xiao sneered. Usually, this kind of person definitely didn't have good intentions. They were extremely strong, but they kept a low profile. That meant they had to do something that others couldn't find out. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. Originally, he was a small character that no one would notice, but after Ling Xiao said that, even if others didn't believe him, they wouldn't completely ignore him. There were many things that couldn't be carried out smoothly. "I don't care who you are or what you want to do. You'd better behave in Golden City." Ling Xiao sneered and didn't look at Yang Fan anymore. "Your Highness is indeed impressive. If it was someone else, they would probably be scared speechless. Yet you dare to threaten someone from the criminal law king's residence? How much courage does he have?" More and more people in the crowd admired Ling Xiao. Most of these people didn't have any background. Of course, they hoped that Ling Xiao could break the monopoly of the criminal law king's residence. "The criminal law king's residence is here. Get out of the way." At this moment, there was another commotion. A group of people arrived with great momentum. They were even more impressive than the arrival of a supreme king. The person in the lead was wearing a fairness hat and the uniform of the criminal law king. On the surface, he looked like he was in his 40s, but his soul was already 200 years old. This person was the fairness king, the criminal law king. He was a fourth-level divine body realm expert. His strength might even be stronger than Valkyrie Yang Shui. Although he wasn't the disciple of the criminal law king, he was his loyal henchman. Back then, the two of them entered Golden City together. When Huang Jinding became the criminal law king, he became the fairness king, the criminal law king. Behind this old man was a large group of people. Chapter 47:10. The three elders of the punishment hall, the remaining 12 punishment commanders, and almost all of the punishment guards had arrived. It was probably the punishment king who ordered them to do so. It was obvious that they wouldn't give up until they killed Ling Xiao. "Punishment hall is handling a case. All unrelated people, please leave," one of the punishment commanders shouted. Even for the punishment commanders, there was a difference in strength between them. Lin Hong could only be considered average among the punishment commanders. The one who shouted was obviously close to breaking through to the third level of the divine body realm. He could break through at any time. It was no wonder that the Fire Emperor didn't want to fight with the Punishment King, even though he didn't like him. Although the Punishment King wasn't as strong as the Fire Emperor, he had many experts under him. Especially after he took control of the punishment hall, many genius martial artists were recruited by him. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. "Ling Xiao, I'm the King of Justice, the punishment hall master." What happened? The King of Fairness's gaze landed on Ling Xiao with a tinge of coldness and mockery. Obviously, He already knew what was going on. The reason he asked this question was clearly to suppress Ling Xiao with his imposing manner. It was a pity that he had miscalculated. "Are you asking me?" Ling Xiao retorted coldly. "This prince hasn't questioned you about this matter yet. What kind of attitude is this? Could it be that you, the punishment hall master, ordered me to kill you?" Others could accuse others, but so could Ling Xiao. What was the big deal? It was all based on his mouth. Black could be said to be white, and the dead could be said to be alive. Presumptuous. How dare you talk to the king of justice like that? The first punishment commander shouted angrily, "You're the presumptuous one. How dare you talk to me like that? The position of a prince is equal to that of a supreme king. Even your hall master should be polite when he sees me. You're just a small punishment commander, yet you're so arrogant. It seems like there's a big problem with the punishment hall." Ling Zhao's voice was louder than the other parties. His voice contained a terrifying amount of soul power. The first punishment commander's face turned pale. My goodness, why do I feel like it's the other way around? Instead of the punishment hall interrogating Ling Xiao, it's Ling Xiao interrogating the punishment hall? In the crowd, many martial artists were flabbergasted. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao would be in trouble even with the Flame Emperor's protection. There was some sympathy and pity in his heart, but from the looks of it seemed that Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. What was going on? How arrogant! After seeing his subordinates suffer, Ling Xiao still wanted to cause trouble for the punishment hall. How could the King of Fairness tolerate this? In any case, there was the Punishment King on the Fire King's side blocking. He completely had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. He naturally knew the specifics better than anyone else. It was just that he did not expect Ling Xiao to actually have such powerful strength. He was able to kill Lin Hong, but that was the end of it. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't die if he personally made a move. As he spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly engulfed Ling Xiao. This aura was like that of a ferocious beast. It could make most martial artists below the third level of the divine body realm vomit blood. Ling Xiao also vomited blood. He even retreated a few steps, blood spraying all over the ground. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he sneered. Just now, he could actually replace his sovereign physique to block the attack. But he did not. The reason why he did so was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. If his original body did not reach the divine body realm, he would always be controlled by others. It was a headache. The Fair Punishment King's aura attack was dozens of times stronger than Lin Hong and the rest's combined attack. The energy in Ling Zhao's cultivation increased by 20%. It reached 70%. This mouthful of blood was not spilled in vain. Fair Punishment King, how dare you? Seeing that Ling Xiao was injured, the Flame Emperor became anxious. He roared and was about to charge over. However, he was stopped by the Punishment King. Today, the Punishment Hall will judge Ling Xiao. No one can stop it. Although he was no match for the Flame Emperor, the gap between them was not that big. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the Flame Emperor to get rid of the Punishment King in a short time. It's just a small injury. Don't panic, Flame Emperor. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered at the Fair Punishment King. Punishment Hall's Commander Lin Hong tried to kill me. As the Hall Master, not only did you not guard your subordinates strictly, but you also attacked me. Instead, he dared to attack me. I'll remember this. There's no need for the Punishment Hall to exist anymore. In the future, it's more suitable for sovereigns to control the laws of the Golden City. All of you must die. I, Ling Xiao, am a despicable person. I'm sure all of you know the consequences of offending a despicable person. He's too arrogant. He's too arrogant. Everyone felt that Ling Xiao was too domineering and arrogant. Even the Flame Emperor did not dare to say that he would destroy the punishment hall. However, Ling Xiao dared to do so. The punishment hall master sneered. You only dare to say that because you're the emperor's son. But it's a pity. According to the rules of the Golden City, even if the emperor's son commits a crime, we can't let him off. Today, you slaughtered the law enforcers of the punishment hall. On account of your status as the crown prince, I will let you off. Since you're the emperor's son, we can't kill you. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Moreover, your attitude is unreasonable, and you have no regard for the law. You're simply arrogant. We must punish you severely. Otherwise, if we allow you to do whatever you want, not only will the Golden City be in a mess because of you, even the sovereigns will be disgraced by you. The judgment is as follows. Ling Xiao will be sent to the frost hell and suffer endless cold. As long as the Golden City exists, he can't come out. Do you want to be punished? F***CK, the frost hell. Even if I die, I don't want to go there. Many people in the crowd who sympathized with Ling Xiao shuddered. That's right. That's the most terrifying punishment in the punishment hall. It's better to die. This is obviously targeting the emperor's son. But our words don't carry much weight. It's useless. We can't change anything. Many people felt that the punishment hall was taking revenge for personal reasons, but they didn't dare to stand out and say it. It was because the punishment hall was too powerful. They couldn't afford to offend them. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the King of Fairness. If I was a weak and powerless newbie, I would have been ruined by you. It's because of trash like you that the Golden City has declined. I really don't know what the sovereigns are thinking. They actually kept this group of dogs. Still so arrogant. The King of Fairness sneered, but it's useless no matter what you say. Today, no matter what, you will be punished. You dare to touch him. Today, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will destroy the punishment hall. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you really think I'm a sick cat? The Flame Emperor was really angry. He finally used the 9-dragon Vein Emperor weapon. He forced the Punishment King back. The violent aura suppressed the King of Fairness until he couldn't breathe. He was originally stronger than the Punishment King. With the 9-dragon Vein Emperor weapon in his hand, he was even more terrifying. Lord Flame Emperor, are you really going to violate the Golden City's laws? The King of Fairness frowned. Flame Emperor, why are you angry? Can this group of trash be stronger than the Dragon Emperor of the Deep-Sea Dragon Domain? When the Flame Emperor was angry, Ling Xiao was actually quite touched. However, he felt that there was no need. End of chapter. Chapter 47:11. Fire King was stunned for a moment. He was too excited. When he saw Ling Xiao injured, he forgot about what happened in the chaotic sand sea. Thinking of Ling Xiao's terrifying strength at that time, he suddenly laughed. Once Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, even the Punishment King might not be able to suppress him. The Fair King was nothing. That's true. Fire King smiled, a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao looked at the Fair King calmly. I'll stay here today. If your punishment hall can take me away, it'll be my loss. But what happened next? Everyone was watching. The Fair King took revenge for personal reasons and tried to harm the Emperor of Gold City. If I kill him, there are laws to follow. When the ancestor asks about it, all of you will have to testify for me. Ling Xiao really treated Gold Sky region as his home. Therefore, he definitely would not allow such a foul thing to happen here. If Gold City wanted to develop the Punishment Hall, this tumor must be eliminated. Lord Punishment King, Lord Thunder King, I'll have to trouble you to temporarily stop Fire King. If we can't bring Ling Xiao to justice today, I'm afraid Gold City will not have a peaceful day in the future. The fair king did not take Ling Xiao's words seriously. What he was most worried about was still Fire King. Let me do it. There are no benefits. Thunder King smiled. After all, today's matter has nothing to do with me. Haven't you always liked that thing? I'll give it to you. The fair king cursed the Thunder King in his heart, but there was no other way. The Punishment King could not stop Fire King alone. He had to add the Thunder King. All right, as long as you're willing, there's no problem. The Thunder King responded and stood together with the Punishment King. Only then did the fair king heave a sigh of relief. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, let's see who can save you today. Attack." He sneered and waved his hand lightly. Two punishment commanders rushed out from behind him and charged towards Ling Xiao. One punishment commander could not kill Ling Xiao. Two should be enough, right? There was really no need for all of them to deal with a mere Ling Xiao. It would make the punishment hall seem useless. Martial Spirit Barrier. Ling Xiao activated his martial spirit barrier the moment the two punishment commanders charged at him, because there were some secrets that he did not want others to know. This was especially true for the eyes of Supreme Kings. How sharp were their eyes? Others might not be able to see the problem, but they might be able to. No one could see what was happening inside the martial spirit barrier from the outside. The only thing people could hear was that the battle inside was very intense. The battle lasted for half an hour. Suddenly, there was no sound. At this moment, the martial spirit barrier opened. Ling Xiao carried a corpse in one hand, and it was a shriveled corpse. He threw it at the feet of the King of Fairness. Your subordinates aren't good enough, but I have to thank them. If it weren't for them, my cultivation wouldn't have improved. Although this battle lasted for a long time, and Ling Xiao was fighting one against two martial artists at the second level of the Divine Body Echelon realm, it was extremely difficult for him to fight. Fortunately, although it was difficult, the rewards were also extremely bountiful. He actually improved from the 7th level of the Shattered Core realm to the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm. His strength increased by 10 times again. With his current cultivation, martial artists at the 1st level of the Divine Body Echelon were no longer a threat to him. He also had a 60% chance of winning against martial artists at the 2nd level of the Divine Body Echelon. However, if he encountered martial artists at the 3rd level of the Divine Body Echelon, his chances of winning were still a pitiful 10 to 20%. It was very difficult. However, it was always good to be able to improve his cultivation. He had to thank the punishment hall. "Damn it, I'll kill you." When the other punishment commanders saw that their partners were killed, they were instantly enraged and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. "Back off. I'll do it myself." The King of Fairness frowned. He did not know what happened inside the martial spirit barrier. However, he did not want to take any more risks. This Ling Xiao might not be so easy to deal with. He had to be cautious. Only when he did it himself would he have 100% confidence. Haha, the punishment hall is full of trash. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. "King of Fairness, even you are not qualified to kill me. You can't kill me." Ha 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 ha. When the King of Fairness heard this, he could not help but laugh wildly. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. He actually said that he was not qualified. If he were to make a move, he could capture Ling Xiao alive with one move. "I'm not qualified." "Who is qualified?" The King of Fairness sneered and said, "A Supreme King?" "They are not qualified either." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "If I want to leave, even a Supreme King won't be able to stop me." "Lunatic." The King of Fairness confirmed that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. He was purely mentally ill. "Don't think that I'll let you off if you pretend to be crazy. The ice hell is very fun. You'll feel it soon." Boom. a terrifying aura suddenly exploded. The King of Fairness was indeed stronger than Valkyrie Yang Shuyi. Yang Shuyi could only be considered as a low-level martial artist at the 4th level of the Divine Body echelon. However, the King of Fairness was definitely a top-level martial artist. It was the feeling of almost advancing to the 5th level of the Divine Body echelon. He was indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, so what? Ling Xiao quietly changed his Supreme King physique. Supreme King physique, 3rd level of the Divine Body echelon. Changing and releasing were different. The released Supreme King physique would not be able to use the abilities of the original body. However, a changed Supreme King physique would be able to. Changing was even more terrifying than releasing Supreme King physique. He had prepared everything and was going to kill the King of Fairness here. Although he was actually unwilling to do so, he still wanted to save the King of Fairness for his original body to advance. It would be a waste to kill him now. Fortunately, at this moment, the nosy Flower Queen appeared again. Stop immediately. When the Flower Queen appeared, the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The balance was broken. The Flower Queen, Luo Shi, was not the strongest among the 4 Supreme Kings. However, she was a Supreme King's woman. Just based on this, no one dared to look down on her. However, to be honest, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed by this woman. Greetings, Flower Queen. Although annoyed, Ling Xiao did not want to offend her. After all, there was no grudge between them. However, this woman was too nosy. He was a little annoyed. The King of Fairness did not dare to offend the Flower Queen. The Fire King was already a headache. If he pushed the Flower Queen to someone else, he would be even more annoyed. Master Flower Queen, we are trying to capture an important criminal. May I know why you are here? The King of Fairness was the first to speak. The Flower Queen ignored him. She looked at Ling Xiao and said, "If I did not come, you would have been in trouble today. Sai, why can't you just behave?" She sighed and said, "Let's go. The Supreme King has something to tell you." But Master Flower Queen, he is an important criminal. The King of Fairness said again. Ling Xiao felt that this old man was either stupid or too arrogant. The Flower Queen did not want to say anything because she wanted to save face. However, the King of Fairness did not want to let the matter go. He was looking for trouble. As expected, the Flower Queen slapped the King of Fairness in front of everyone. This slap was not light at all, causing the Fair King to distort 360 degrees in the air. End of chapter. Chapter 47:12. Huang Jinding, keep your dogs under control. The Venerable Sovereign knows what the Punishment Hall has been doing all these years. He doesn't say anything, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know. Everyone knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong in today's matter. It would not look good if the matter was made clear. The Crown Prince is the Venerable Sovereign's most important guest. Even the Venerable Sovereign has to be polite to him. Yet, you dare to make a move to kill him? The ignorant are fearless. Does the Punishment Hall really not plan to continue? The Flower King's cold voice sent chills down Huang Jinding's spine. The Fair King trembled. The Venerable Sovereign hadn't shown up for 100 years, but the Fair King had seen the Venerable Sovereign. He knew how terrifying the Venerable Sovereign was, and he knew the Venerable Sovereign was still alive. If the Venerable Sovereign was pissed off, it would all be over. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. The Venerable Sovereign has more important things to do. He won't pay attention to you, but don't go too far. Otherwise, the day the Venerable Sovereign shows up will be the day you die. Ling Xiao, let's go. The Flower King flew away. Ling Xiao slowly floated in the air. He looked at the Fair King and said, "I'll say it again. I'm going to destroy the Punishment Hall. No one can stop me. The City of Gold won't be safe with you here." The Flower King almost vomited blood when he heard that. F***ck your sister. I just scared them to not act recklessly. But aren't you trying to provoke them to deal with you? What an arrogant brat. She didn't know that even if she didn't show up, Ling Xiao wouldn't be in trouble. Only the punishment hall would be the unlucky ones. Did the venerable sovereign invite him to deal with the punishment hall? Some people in the crowd were talking about it. That's possible. Otherwise, why would Ling Xiao attack the punishment hall as soon as he arrived in the City of Gold? If that's the case, the punishment hall will be in trouble. Those people were talking carefully. They didn't dare to raise their voices. After all, ordinary martial artists like them shouldn't take sides when they didn't know what was going on. If they stood on the wrong side, they would be finished. However, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that Ling Xiao could win. Bastard! Ling Xiao, you want to destroy our punishment hall? Just you wait. King of Fairness touched his face that was slapped. His face was gloomy. The next moment, all of the King of Justice's subordinates gathered in the King of Justice's residence for an internal meeting. However, the Law King did not sit at the head of the table. Sitting there was the young man who had been criticized by Ling Xiao, Yang Fan. Yang Fan's current expression was completely different from his previous indifferent and ordinary expression. Instead, his face was sinister and cold. Young master, I'm afraid Dizun already knows about our plan? The punishment Law King frowned. No. Yang Fan shook his head. If that old man knew about this, he would definitely wipe you out personally. But he didn't, which meant that he didn't know. I didn't know that you had already pledged allegiance to my new master, Lotus Flower. So this Yang Fan was the disciple who betrayed Huang Jindi. He was also Huang Jindi's only disciple. 100 years ago, Yang Fan had already cultivated to the second level of the divine, physique echelon. His current strength was even more unfathomable. Even the Law King had to admit defeat. The old man isn't a problem. He's already in his twilight years and won't be able to hold on for much longer. Instead, that Ling Xiao is a problem. Yang Fan frowned. Master Lian Hua once told me to be extremely cautious when I see Ling Xiao. I didn't care before, but today I believe it. He actually saw that something was wrong with me at a glance. This is something that even the Fire King and the Flower King can't do. Is this kid really that abnormal? The Law King frowned. Don't underestimate him. You'll die if you do, Yang Fan said. The first thing I want to tell you today is that I gathered you here. Master Lian Hua has now found his divine venerable body. He's trying to break the seal, and will probably succeed in 3 months at the latest. 3 months later, it will be time for Master to attack the City of Gold. You must find Master's divine physique as soon as possible. The second thing is this Ling Xiao. No matter what means you use, you must try to kill him. If you can't kill him, you must make him get lost and don't hinder our plan. Otherwise, if Lotus Flower gets angry, you should know what will happen. We understand. The Law King bowed. All right, let's disperse. In 2 days, I will give you some gifts. With those things, each of your strength will greatly increase. At that time, you will be more confident in killing Ling Xiao. Yang Fan waved his hand. He actually wanted to personally kill Ling Xiao, but he couldn't. Once he made a move, he would inevitably attract the attention of an emperor, which would be even more troublesome at that time. Not to mention the plan couldn't be completed. Even he might lose his life. Although he was much stronger than he was 100 years ago, Huang Jindi wasn't always fooling around. The consequences of underestimating Huang Jindi would be very miserable. At the same time, the Flower King Luo she had already sent Ling Xiao to the place where Huang Jindi lived. Here, Ling Xiao once again felt his body begin to strengthen. This feeling was really comfortable. He really wanted to stay here for a long time. Little guy, you really know how to cause trouble. Huang Jindi's voice suddenly sounded. It was still so gentle, like a kind old grandfather. Ling Xiao still pretended not to see him. He bowed and said, Emperor, you must be joking. It's not that I can cause trouble. When I was in the world of souls, I met the third emperor once. I was entrusted by him to take care of White Peony, who knew that I would encounter such a thing. If it were the emperor, what would you do? Is what you said true? Huang Jindi said in shock. When the third emperor was in power, our Golden Sky territory developed to the extreme. It can be said that he was also the strongest emperor in history. It's a pity that for some reason he disappeared. I didn't expect him to be in the world of souls. Ling Xiao took out a waist token, which was taken from the old senior's storage ring. The words Emperor Huang Jindi were engraved on it. This waist token itself was a powerful magic treasure, and it was an emperor artifact with 9 dragon patterns. As long as he used it in the Golden Sky territory, even the current emperor would have to listen to his orders. If you have this thing, why didn't you take it out before? If you took it out, even this old man would have to listen to you. Huang Jindi asked doubtfully. Emperor really knows how to joke. If I really did that, I would have been destroyed by Emperor long ago. This thing is a treasure, but also a hot potato. With my strength, I am still unable to unleash its true effect. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Besides, Emperor has been good to me. There's no need to use it. After saying that, Ling Xiao put away the waist token again. His actions today had 2 meanings. One was to express goodwill, and the other was to warn him. Ling Xiao, could definitely do whatever he wanted in the Golden Sky territory, but he was not willing to do so. It wasn't that he didn't dare. He hoped that the emperor wouldn't interfere in his affairs. Chapter 47:13. You are so scheming at such a young age. I like you more and more. I might as well give you the position of Golden Sovereign. Fire Emperor will definitely support you. Flower Emperor has no opinion on this. As for Thunder Emperor, that guy is greedy for money. As long as you give him some benefits, he will even sell himself. This way, it will be useless for Penal Law King to object. Huang Jindi suddenly said, Aren't you afraid of causing dissatisfaction with those people? Ling Xiao smiled. As far as I know, there are some people in Golden City who are eager for you to make a mistake. Who? Huang Jindi asked. Ancestor, have you seen a young man called Yang Fan? Ling Xiao asked. Yang Fan? What about him? Huang Jindi asked. This person is not simple. Although I can't see his identity, he seems to be very strong. He is definitely plotting something. Ling Xiao replied. How strong? I'm afraid he is stronger than a supreme king. Ling Xiao said. That is indeed a problem. It is a pity that I am currently cultivating a killer move. I can't leave here. This is related to whether I am qualified to injure that lotus flower when the calamity arrives. I am afraid I will have to leave Yang Fan's matter to you. Huang Jindi frowned. Why not Senior Flower Emperor? Flower Emperor is too soft-hearted. I have been with her for so many years. How can I not understand her? Huang Jindi smiled bitterly. You are the most suitable golden sovereign in my heart, the most suitable inheritor. No matter how suitable I am, it is useless. Ancestor, you cannot appear now. Some things are not as easy as you think. Forget it, although I want to use this back door. It seems that it is not possible. Everything will be done according to the rules. I'm determined to get the Golden Sovereign. No one can stop me. Ling Xiao had such confidence because he was strong enough and smart enough. Moreover, he had Huang Jindi's support. If he still could not obtain the position of Golden Sovereign, it would be a bit embarrassing. You are indeed a stubborn child, but this old man has already decided that You will be the next golden sovereign. Whether you can stand out in the end or not, the result will be the same. I don't trust anyone else. Only a kid like you could actually survive after facing the lotus flower head-on. That's really rare. Moreover, your thoughts are clear enough. Those old fogies think too much. This old man cannot afford to take the risk. Huang Jindi had set his sights on Ling Xiao. How pitiful are the others? Ling Xiao smiled. There's nothing to be pitiful about. When the catastrophe comes, they will know that it's not easy to be the golden sovereign. What's more, this old man's successor is naturally chosen by this old man. The so-called competition was nothing more than a last resort before I chose a successor. Huang Jindi said calmly, "Don't disappoint me." Disappointed? That's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I didn't become the golden sovereign on a whim. I have personally witnessed how terrifying that lotus flower is. If that guy really came to attack the Golden City, this place would definitely become a purgatory. I will absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Child, this old man has taken a fancy to your fighting spirit. You are not deterred by the opponent's strength. Very good, very good." Huang Jindi was more and more satisfied with Ling Xiao. "Dizun, I have a bold proposal. It depends on whether you dare to accept it." Ling Xiao suddenly said. "Speak." Huang Jindi had seen all kinds of storms and waves. How could he be frightened? Where exactly is the lotus flower's Dizun physique suppressed? Can it be destroyed now? Ling Xiao asked. Since the crux of the problem was the lotus flower's Dizun physique, then if it was destroyed, the lotus flower would not be able to fully recover. It's not that this old man hasn't thought about it, but with the current strength of the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it's impossible to destroy it. Huang Jindi shook his head. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Dizun, you also know that I have cultivated the Lotus Flower Sutra, like that lotus flower, and I have nurtured the 3 venerables' physique." As he spoke, Ling Xiao released the 3 venerables' physique in front of Huang Jindi. It was time to show off his muscles. He had to make Huang Jindi believe that he had the ability to solve this problem. Seeing Ling Xiao's 3 venerables' physique, Huang Jindi was surprised. This was the first time he saw Ling Xiao release this thing. "Ha ha ha ha, it seems that Luo Shi is a little nosy. With the strength of your 3 venerables, defeating the fair king is a piece of cake." Huang Jindi suddenly laughed. "Dizun, let's not talk about that now. This junior wants to refine the lotus flower's Dizun physique. What do you think of turning it into my strength?" Ling Xiao asked. "I'm afraid it's a little dangerous." Huang Jindi said, "This old man won't hide it from you. The lotus flower's Dizun physique is sealed in this great emperor palace, but an emperor weapon obviously can't suppress him. Therefore, there are 108 heavenly dipper earthly fiend talismans suppressing the lotus flower's Dizun physique. This isn't an ordinary talisman. It's 108 jade talismans. The jade talismans are passed down from ancient times and made from the eternal blood jade that has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. It's already a powerful emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Therefore, it's called the eternal blood jade talisman. This is the magic treasure of the 1st generation golden sovereign. It has the special effect of suppressing souls and sealing martial spirits. Its quality is not inferior to the great emperor palace. If you want to obtain the Dizun physique, you must first become a golden sovereign and have the ability to refine this eternal blood jade talisman for your own use. Eternal blood jade talisman, emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns. Ling Xiao currently knew that the emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns was his reverse god sword. He didn't expect this eternal blood jade talisman to be the same. The Golden Sky region was indeed the oldest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They actually had such a treasure. He didn't care about the emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns. If he had too many magic treasures, he would easily become dependent on them. But the emperor weapon with 10 dragon patterns was still very attractive. Refining magic treasures. I love it the most, Ling Xiao said excitedly. Of course, with your ability and the golden sovereign waist token in your hand, refining this eternal blood jade talisman is only a matter of time. But the troublesome thing is that once you refine this treasure, I'm afraid that the lotus flower's D-Zun physique won't be able to suppress it. You also know that the D-Zun physique contains a quarter of the lotus flower's soul. If he escapes, it will be a disaster, Huang Jindi reminded. This goes back to the problem we were talking about earlier. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I said that I can refine this D-Zun physique for myself. Of course, I believe you, but you have to understand that if you do this, you will completely anger the lotus flower. He might completely transfer his hatred for the Golden Sky region to you. Are you still willing? Huang Jindi made his words even more clear. This was not a small matter. If it was an ordinary person, if they really knew how terrifying the lotus flower was, they would probably hesitate for a long time. But Ling Xiao wouldn't. Mobile version website. Chapter 47:14. I was wondering what it was. Does D-Zun think that Ling Xiao, am the kind of person who is afraid of trouble? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I have a blood feud with that lotus flower. Back then, he killed me once. Although I was lucky enough to survive. But I haven't forgotten this grudge. Even if he doesn't come to kill me, I won't let him go. If someone else said that, I would think that they were overestimating themselves. But if it's you, it's naturally different. Huang Jindi smiled and said, You have such courage, which means that I didn't misjudge you. If Lotus Flower doesn't come after a month, then I'll accompany you to the Eternal Palace. We'll openly marry the princess of the Eternal Palace. There's no need to be so sneaky. We'll be gossiped about. Then I'll thank D-Zun in advance. Ling Xiao's face was filled with joy. He also wanted his woman to be able to be in the limelight. If Huang Jindi came with him to escort the bride, that scene would definitely not let Yufanghua feel wronged. In the 4 regions and 9 realms, there were probably very few people who had this capital. Now that he had brought Yufanghua by his side, to be honest, it was unfair to Yufanghua. There was always a feeling of avoidance, although Yufanghua might not care. But Ling Xiao cared. He didn't want his woman to suffer any grievances. Go. When you become the Golden Sovereign, I'll give you the Eternal Blood Jade talisman. As for how you deal with it, that's your own business. Huang Jindi smiled. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and left the room. Eternal Blood Jade talisman, Lotus Flower's D-Zun body. Just thinking about it was tempting. He seemed to be even more motivated now. When he reached the 90th floor, the Flower King was already gone. Only the Fire King was waiting there. The Fire King was probably worried that the Thunder King and the Law King would do something bad. What did D-Zun say to you? The Fire King asked excitedly. D-Zun usually didn't summon people easily. Since he had summoned Ling Xiao, it must be something big. D-Zun said that he's determined that I'm the Golden Sovereign and won't let me participate in the competition. Ling Xiao said with a smile, but his situation is a bit special right now. Since we can't show ourselves for the time being, I suggest that we play with those people. This can also increase my reputation in Golden City. Great. As long as there was an emperor, no matter what kind of results you achieved, the position of the Golden Sovereign would belong to you. Aya, I want to see how the Punishment King looks when he hears this news. It's funny just thinking about it. The Fire Emperor laughed heartily. It's better not to make this matter public for the time being. Tell me, how does the Golden Sovereign compete? Ling Xiao asked. He wanted to use fair and square to crush his opponents one by one, and then take the position of the golden sovereign. This left the other parties speechless. This rule is a little complicated. Let me put it simply. There were 3 rounds. The first round was grading. The 4 Supreme Kings each chose 30 people and 10 neutral martial artists, making a total of 100 people. Voting for the candidates. 1 vote counts as 1 point, and the one with the highest score wins. Wait a minute. What the hell is a candidate? Ling Xiao asked. You think everyone is qualified to compete for the Golden Sovereign? Wrong. First, you have to become a candidate. There are a total of 6 candidates. They are from the Great Emperor Palace, Fire King Palace, Thunder King Palace, Punishment King Palace, Flower King Palace, and neutral martial artists. In theory, other than emperors, anyone could participate. The 4 Supreme Kings could too, but after becoming the Golden Sovereign, they had to give up their identity and authority as a Supreme King. Obviously, the 4 Supreme Kings wouldn't do that. After all, it involved too many benefits. Including me, we will send the best martial artists under us to compete. In my Fire King Palace, the most outstanding one is Bailey Shiwu. This person is Bailey Fengxing's younger brother. He's not young anymore, reaching 180 years old. His cultivation is at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. The Thunder King Palace would probably send Lei Meng, who is also at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon, and is 290 years old. The Punishment King Palace might send Huang Jinyu, the Fair Justice King, or someone else, but they would at least be at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. The Flower King Palace would definitely send Yang Shui. Among the neutral martial artists, there isn't anyone at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. It would probably be the Undying King at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. This Undying King's cultivation isn't high, but he almost has an immortal body, so you have to be careful. In short, all your competitors are much stronger than you. I understand the candidates and the voting. In this round, I'm afraid I can only try to get points from the neutral martial artists and the Fire King Palace. Don't think about the rest. After all, the candidates are very different. It's already good enough that I'm not behind. Ling Xiao thought about it. That's right, but the Fire King Palace also has Bailey Shiwu. He will definitely take a part of your votes. After all, you can't be considered a member of the Fire King Palace. It's useless even if I support you, unless the Fire King Palace doesn't send anyone to participate. The Fire King said, that's not necessary, so as to avoid causing internal strife. Ling Xiao knew that the Fire King Palace wasn't united. If he messed around, it would cause problems instead. On the contrary, if he could win against Bailey Shiwu, the Fire King Palace would definitely support him. Therefore, Bailey Shiwu had to participate. The second round is similar to what you did in the 3,000 Hall. The 6 candidates will receive the same mission. They will be graded according to their performance. You don't have to worry about bias. There's a standard for grading, so they won't dare to mess around. Also, the person grading is the Dizun's Golden Guard. With Huang Jinrufeng as the leader, a total of 10 people will be selected. Everyone will be graded. Huang Jinrufeng. How could Ling Xiao forget this person? He had been wondering why he hadn't seen Huang Jinrufeng and the Golden Divine Codex since he came to the Golden City. Now, Huang Jinrufeng was finally going to show up. He was actually the Dizun's Golden Guard. No wonder his strength was so terrifying. The third round is the simplest and most direct battle. If the 6 candidates don't die while carrying out the mission, then the ranking will be decided. It's still 100 points. If you become the champion, you will get 50 points. The second place will get 20 points. The third place will get 10 points. The fourth place will get 8 points. The fifth place will get 7 points. The sixth place will get 5 points. Then, after combining the results of the 3 rounds, whoever has the highest score will be the Golden Sovereign. Ling Xiao carefully analyzed the 3 rounds of the competition. It was actually quite scientific. The first round was completely based on connections, which was a necessary qualification for a leader. Although there were many grading conditions on the surface, those were actually nonsense. The key was still the connections. Of course, this round was the easiest to cheat, and one could even bribe. The second round was to test one's ability to do things. A leader couldn't just have connections. One had to know how to do things. The third round was to test one's combat strength. Without combat strength, who would listen to you? It seemed to be a fair competition, but it was actually full of loopholes. As long as you had enough treasures, you could bribe anyone, including your competitors. End of chapter. Chapter 47:15. Of course, it also depended on what he used to bribe them. If Ling Xiao used the Emperor weapon with 9 dragon patterns to bribe them, he believed that he could win over anyone. However, that would be too much of an investment, and it would be meaningless. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem to invest in some 3 or 4 dragon patterns Emperor weapons. After all, no one would foolishly compete fairly in this competition. This world wasn't that simple. At least in the first round of the examination, bribing people was definitely the key. After returning to the Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao went to look for Yin Lihua again. It could be considered an unexpected gain. When he killed Lin Hong, he found the antidote to the goo worm in Lin Hong's storage ring. This could be said to be a blessing in disguise. After he gave the antidote to Yin Lihua, after a tense period of time, he found that the goo worm had been expelled by the antidote, and Yin Lihua's soul was not damaged at all. This made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens! The Fire King beside him was also filled with emotions. This little girl was too pitiful. She had lost her parents since she was young and was adopted by Peony. If she died because of the goo worm, then the heavens were really blind. Fortunately, everything was on the right track. Plop! Yin Lihua directly knelt down to Ling Xiao. Thank you for saving my life. Young master, Lihua is unable to repay you. Don't talk about repaying me. Quickly get up. It's just a small matter. Ling Xiao hurriedly helped Yin Lihua up. Then he looked at the Fire King and said, "This little girl's aptitude is actually not bad, but she has never practiced martial arts. That's why she is so easy to bully. Why don't you take her as your disciple? It can be considered as protecting her for me. Why don't you look for the Flower King?" The Fire King smiled. "We're both women, it's more convenient." "That's right. Then I'll have to trouble you to bring Lihua to the Flower King. Take it that I owe the Flower King a favor." Ling Xiao still had to deal with the Golden Sovereign examination. It would begin in less than 7 days. He had too many things to do. "No problem. Leave it to this old man. Luo, she is a kind-hearted woman, just a little wishy-washy. She knows what happened to Yin Lihua, and she will definitely treat the little lass well." With that, the Flame Emperor left with Yin Lihua. What Ling Xiao needed to do next was to win the hearts of the people. He believed that the others had already begun to act. But no matter what, they couldn't compare to Ling Xiao's magic treasures. Even though Ling Xiao had left a lot of magic treasures in the 3,000 holy cities, he still possessed an unimaginable amount of wealth. "You're not familiar with the situation. Let me go with you. Let's start with the neutral martial artists." The White Silver Dragon, who had already recovered from his injuries, actually managed to break through to the 2nd level of the Divine Body realm after consuming the Heaven and Earth treasure that Ling Xiao gave him. According to the rules of the City of Gold, Any martial artist who broke through to the second level of the divine physique echelon before the age of 100 would be given the title of king. The white-silver Zilong was now the Spear King. The reason why he suggested looking for the neutral martial artists first was because the neutral martial artists had 10 votes. That was quite a lot. The two of them weren't that naive. In this day and age, persuasion and reasoning were useless. The only useful things were treasures, spirit stones, and heaven and earth treasures. If Ling Xiao wanted to invest, the first thing he had to offer would definitely be pills. He could refine pills himself, but magic treasures couldn't. Therefore, it would be best if he could bribe them with pills and spirit stones. His reputation among the neutral martial artists was still very high. Many people didn't have a good impression of the punishment hall's tyranny. Now that there was an opportunity, these people naturally had to grab it. The 10 neutral martial artists representatives had already been chosen. They ranged from the half-step divine body realm to the third level of the divine body realm. Their ages were also uneven. According to the Flame Emperor, this was for fairness. They couldn't have no right to speak just because they were weak. I smell the stench of Punishment Hall in the air. When they arrived at the first neutral representative's residence, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Could it be that Punishment Hall beat us to it?" White Silver Dragon frowned. "They're quite fast, but speed doesn't mean it's useful." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Let's go in." "Greetings, the Arch Spear King." The first person Ling Xiao found was a half-step divine body realm martial artist. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. When Ling Xiao and White Silver Dragon saw him, he was obviously in a daze and somewhat fearful. The Punishment Hall people came, right? Ling Xiao raised his hand and propped up a soundproof wall. "Speak boldly. They can't hear you anyway." The martial artist named Zhang Tong sighed and said, "I still admire you, the Arch. You dare to shake Punishment Hall's rule. But I really can't support you." "Did they threaten you?" Ling Xiao frowned and said, "The Arch, I'm a man with a family. I don't dare to offend Punishment Hall. They came and told me that if I don't support them, I'll have to bear the consequences." Zhang Tong smiled bitterly. "They're really despicable and shameless." Ling Xiao said coldly, "I thought they would buy people's hearts. Who knew that they weren't even willing to give me any benefits and actually threatened me directly? I'm just a half-step divine body realm martial artist. Of course, they won't give me anything." Zhang Tong smiled bitterly and said, "However, I'm not sure about those divine body realm martial artists. They might give me some benefits. How about this? You can move to the Fire King Palace temporarily. After I become the Gold Sovereign, you can move to my Sovereign Palace to stay. I'll set up formations in both places. It's useless for them to do anything to you. Moreover, once I become the Gold Sovereign, I'll disband Punishment Hall." Ling Xiao suggested. Zhang Tong seemed to be still hesitating. Spear King sneered and said, "Do you think we're easy to bully because we're benevolent? I'll say it right here. If you dare to vote for Punishment Hall, I'll kill your whole family." "Shut up, Zilong!" Ling Xiao shouted sternly. In fact, the two of them had already discussed it. One of them would play the good guy, while the other would play the bad guy. After all, everyone was afraid of the bad guys these days. Sometimes, no matter how many benefits you give, it's not as good as a threat. I promise you. As expected, Zhang Tong was scared stiff. The terrifying aura released by Spear King made him tremble with fear. "All right, since that's the case, we'll move after the first round of the Gold Sovereign test. Now, we have to keep a low profile so that Punishment Hall won't get suspicious. This is a body-tempering pill. It can help you break through to the divine body realm in the shortest time possible. Using both the carrot and the stick was the right way to go. After scaring the other party and giving them some benefits, the other party would naturally be more loyal to you than Punishment Hall. This was a pleasant surprise. Zhang Tong thanked him repeatedly. Prince, I, Zhang Tong, swear to be loyal to you forever. Just like that, Ling Xiao visited 9 neutral representatives consecutively. The strongest one was actually at the 2nd level of the divine body realm. However, Punishment Hall didn't give him anything even with such strength. They only threatened him. They were really stingy. They didn't want to give him benefits, and even wanted him to work for them. How could there be such a good deal in this world? End of chapter. Chapter 47:16. Punishment Hall was used to being arrogant. They really treated others as their grandsons and themselves as their grandfathers. If they didn't give anything, Ling Xiao would, according to each person's cultivation base. Ling Xiao gave different degrees of benefits. These benefits were much better than what the others gave them. Punishment Hall didn't give them anything. The Thunder King didn't care about these neutral martial artists. He felt that as long as the Thunder King Palace's martial artists supported Raymond, there wouldn't be a problem. The Flower King thought highly of himself. He didn't even bother to bribe the Flower King Palace's martial artists. The Undying King couldn't give them any benefits. After all, he was too poor. Bailey Shiwu's idea was to first bribe all the representatives of the Fire King Palace. However, the benefits he offered were not enough. However, he didn't give them anything because they were too shabby. Other people looked down on neutral martial artists, but Ling Xiao valued them very much. These people might become the Sovereign King Palace's pillars in the future. 9 out of 10 neutral martial artists were taken care of. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that they would go back on their words. When he gave them benefits, he secretly used the heavenly demon, I. It was impossible for them to go back on their words. When it came to the 10th person, he ran into some trouble. The 10th person was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon. He was on par with the Undying King. He was an old man. Moreover, he was over 400 years old. To be honest, he didn't have many years left to live. People like him were the least afraid of threats. Therefore, Punishment Hall didn't threaten him. Instead, they gave him an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. It was already very good for an ordinary 3rd level divine physique echelon martial artist to have an emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. Therefore, he had promised the Punishment Hall that he would support Huang Jinyu, a participant from the Punishment Hall. When Ling Xiao and Bai Yinzalong arrived, the old man didn't give them a good look. He even asked the guards to block them outside the door. Go back and tell your master that I have a way to let him live for another 100 years. Ling Xiao had already studied this person. The old man's lifespan was less than 50 years. If he could get another 100 years of lifespan, there would be a lot of changes. He might be able to reincarnate again and increase his lifespan by 300 years. To this person, no treasure was more important than his lifespan. As for lifespan, it didn't mean much to Ling Xiao. His cultivation speed was too fast. Sure enough, when the guard conveyed the message to the stubborn old man, he immediately changed his mind. Old Stubborn ran out in person. Is what the Crown Prince said true? Do you recognize this thing? Ling Xiao didn't explain. He directly took out a life-prolonging pill. Stubborn old fogey's eyes lit up. Give it to me, I'll vote for you. Ling Xiao put away the medicinal pills and said with a smile, Old sir, business isn't done like this. How about this? As long as you vote for me, I'll give you this longevity pill. How do I know you won't change your mind? Old Stubborn was not a fool. Naturally, he would not be fooled so easily, although Ling Xiao had no intention of lying to him. That's simple. I'll give you an emperor weapon that's even better than the one in Punishment Hall. you take it. This way, even if I change my mind in the end, you won't be at a disadvantage. If I don't change my mind, then you will have profited greatly. Ling Xiao wasn't just buying people's hearts for this vote. He had to consider the long term. Although this old man was old, he was still very strong. If he could use it for himself, it would be of great use in the future battle with Punishment Hall or the battle with Lotus Flower. That's a good idea. I agree. Old Stubborn pondered for a moment before agreeing. However, you have to return the Emperor weapon from Punishment Hall. This old man was quite reliable. If he didn't do anything, he wouldn't take other people's things. Let's wait until after the examination to return the Emperor weapon. If you return it now, they definitely won't let you off. After the examination, you should also move to Fire King Palace temporarily. When I become the Golden Sovereign, you will be a great contributor. The resources you will receive in the future will definitely be better than now. Not giving the horse grass to eat and still wanting it to run, that was too ridiculous. After bidding farewell to Old Stubborn, Ling Xiao returned to Fire King Palace and pretended to be dejected. When those people from Punishment Hall saw him, they secretly mocked and ridiculed him. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this at all. On the day of the examination, they wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. After returning to Fire King Palace, Ling Xiao visited those who didn't accept Bailey Shiwu's gift one by one. He also gave them his gift. His gift was definitely something they couldn't reject. He was already giving Bailey Shiwu a lot of face. He didn't even look for those who were bought by Bailey Shiwu, as he didn't want to cause internal strife. Therefore, he took half of the 30 votes from Fire King Palace and 10 from the neutral vote. That was 25. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He secretly chose some people from Punishment Hall and Thunder King Palace to buy them. These people were all carefully selected. However, there were only 7 of them. However, these 7 people were all dissatisfied with the Thunder King and Punishment Hall. They usually pretended to be loyal, but who knew how many times they scolded them behind their backs? Some people scolded the Thunder King for only giving good things to Lei Meng and Lei Xinglia, but not to them. They also scolded the Punishment Hall for having ulterior motives and wanting to overthrow the City of Gold. These people were very loyal to Dizun. They were very smart. On the surface, they didn't tear themselves apart with the Punishment Hall, but secretly observed everything the Punishment Hall did. When Ling Xiao went to meet these people, he was always in his shadow warrior form and changed his face. No one else knew. They reached an agreement. In this way, Ling Xiao's votes became 32. Although it wasn't the most, it was definitely not bad among the 6 candidates. The voting problem was solved. Next was the improvement of his strength. The next 2 examinations, to put it bluntly, it was impossible to pass without strength. Cultivation breakthroughs required constant battles. Now that he was already at the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm, it wasn't easy to improve. He put it aside for now. It was the same for the improvement of his physical body. He focused on his combat skills. Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash could only continue to improve its proficiency. This also required battles. Void Shattering Finger's power would continue to increase as his cultivation increased. Right now, there was something that could increase his combat strength in a short period of time. There were only 2 things: God Reversal Art and Cosmic Light God Fist. Cosmic Light God Fist was now at the 3rd level. He had only mastered the 1st level. God Reversal Art had only mastered the 1st move. There was room for improvement. Ling Xiao planned to start with the God Reversal Art first. The Cosmic Light God Fist's time law was really too difficult to control. It couldn't be solved in a short period of time, but the God Reversal Art was different. He had already made some progress in the unification style. Then, comprehending the second word shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao took out the god reversal sword and immersed himself in it. That miraculous world appeared again. Ling Xiao didn't look at those complicated words. He focused on the simplest ones. Mobile version website. M. Chapter 4717. After the one-word style was the two-word style. Don't look at how there were only two strokes, but it had a huge impact on Ling Xiao. At that moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough, and he didn't seek to understand it. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. He just remembered the trajectory of the words. These trajectories were the key to the God reversal art. This was how the one-word style came about. He wasn't greedy. He was already satisfied to be able to remember the trajectory of the two-word style. If the one-word style was so powerful, the two-word style must be even more terrifying. After comprehending it, Ling Xiao took out the god reversal sword and practiced it over and over again. He let his body remember this feeling. Similarly, this word only had two strokes, but there were thousands of changes, and the difficulty was much higher than the one-word style. Even he couldn't get through it after spending a day. Haste makes waste. Let's take it slow. He wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he was happy with his aptitude. It was so difficult to cultivate the two-word style. That was enough to prove the terror of the god reversal art. Perhaps it was because his strength was too weak that he was stagnant. Persevere. Anyway, there were still 7 days before the Golden Emperor's assessment. He had plenty of time to cultivate the two-word style. The two-word style only had one more stroke than the one-word style, but its power was 10 times stronger. With a stab of the sword, 2 sword lights would appear. These 2 sword lights could attack the enemy from different angles. It was simply magical. It was just that the consumption of the two-word style was extremely terrifying. After using it once, 1/3 of Ling Xiao's true essence was gone. Fortunately, he had much more true essence than others. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Coupled with potential, the two-word style could be used about 10 times. It was also very good. If he couldn't defeat the enemy after using the two-word style 10 times, then he might as well run away. 2 days later, the two-word style was finally initiated. Its power had far surpassed the beast god's heaven-swallowing flash, and the one-word style. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't increase, his combat strength had greatly increased. Something happened in the 3,000 holy city. Ling Xiao was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. He tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left by Yinzalong with a sentence, "Tell Fire King that I will definitely return before the Golden Sovereign assessment." Then, he disappeared before the Silver Dragon's eyes. When he left the 3,000 holy city, he had placed a special warning device at the border of that huge territory. Once a strong enemy appeared, he would immediately sense it. At this moment, at the border of the 3,000 holy cities, a group of people was silently advancing. They could also ride on demonic beasts, or he could walk in the air. However, they all kept a low profile and did not dare to release their powerful auras. These people didn't want the people of the Golden City to know of their arrival. They were the remnants of the deep-sea dragon realm. Back then, Ling Xiao and the Fire Emperor had killed the Dragon Emperor and the experts by his side in the chaotic sand ocean. But he didn't go to the deep-sea dragon domain. The deep-sea dragon region was huge. They also had the powerful Dragon City. There were still many experts in Dragon City. Although the Dragon Emperor was dead, they elected a new Dragon Emperor. He wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao and the Golden Sky region. However, they did not have the confidence to face the Golden City directly. Therefore, they were prepared to take down Ling Xiao first. After killing Ling Xiao, they would first collect a debt of blood. The leader this time was one of the 4 sea kings of the Deep Sea Dragon region, the King of Eastern Sea. The martial artists of the Deep Sea Dragon region all thought that the Dragon Emperor's death was not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because of the Fire Emperor and the martial goddess. Therefore, the King of Eastern Sea alone could annihilate all the 3,000 holy cities. This was a sure win situation. There would not be any accidents at all. After all, the new King of Eastern Sea was one of the experts that the current Dragon Emperor had gathered from the common people, although he was slightly weaker than the 4 supreme kings of the Eternal Palace. He was only at the 4th level of the divine physique realm. However, he was still an extremely strong existence. Even so, the King of Eastern Sea had brought a total of 20 divine physique realm experts. None of them were divine core warriors. They wanted to turn the 3,000 holy cities into ruins before the Golden City could react. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At the same time, in the King of Law's mansion of Golden City, Ling Xiao has left the Golden City. The King of Law looked at Yang Fan and said, "I know. It's too sudden. I don't know what happened." Yang Fan was also well informed. "Should we send someone to chase after him? Can you guys catch up to him?" Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "Just ask someone to keep an eye on the entrance of the Golden City. When Ling Xiao returns, kill him before he enters the Golden City. No matter what he's going to do, I believe he'll return on the day of the Golden Sovereign's examination." "Yes, young master." The King of Law nodded his head and said, "Everything is going according to our plan. It's impossible for that idiot Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign. Does he think those neutral martial artists will listen to him just because he gave them some benefits? He's really stupid. He's still too naive. He doesn't understand how terrifying the Punishment Palace is in the Golden City. Those people will promise him on the surface, but they'll go back on their word on the day of the examination. They might even tell him that he bribed them. At that time, Ling Xiao will be finished. Although that's true, I can only be at ease when he's dead. This person is the only one who makes me feel uncomfortable. He's even more of a threat than the Golden Sovereign. His existence will be very troublesome." Yang Fan said coldly, "Since young master said, so we'll do it. We'll definitely make him die on the way back." Huang Jinding smiled. No matter what, they had already taken control of the situation. Next, they just had to wait for the fruits of victory. At the border of the 3,000 holy cities, the martial artists here suddenly noticed a terrifying aura flying over from the distant sky. It covered the sky and was extremely powerful. It made everyone's heart tremble. Who were they? Why did they come? The 3,000 holy cities had now become the territory of Prince Ling Xiao. All of them belonged to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Now that such a large group of experts had arrived, it was really worrying. They were getting closer. One of them rose into the sky and looked at everyone coldly. "All of you from the 3,000 holy cities will die today." The one who spoke was a first-level divine physique echelon expert. His violent aura actually set off a storm. It blew the guards on the city wall into a mess, and this was under the condition that there was a defensive formation. Without the defensive formation to block it, the entire city wall would probably be trampled. This was just a terrifying storm caused by the sound of speaking. It wasn't an attack. The next attack arrived very quickly. That person held a bow in his hand. He pulled the bowstring fully, and a flame arrow condensed on the bowstring. It was suddenly released. Everyone felt that the end had arrived. This was because their defensive formations were simply unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. Just when all the martial artists in the desert holy city thought that they were going to die, a figure appeared out of thin air. He sent the terrifying arrow flying with a punch. A mere Ling Xiao actually troubled so many martial artists of the deep-sea dragon domain. How shameful! A voice sounded in the void, full of sarcasm. Chapter 47:18. Ling Xiao stood on the reverse god sword with his hands behind his back, looking like a sword immortal. All the warriors in the Desert Saint City were shocked when they heard the voice. Not long ago, Ling Xiao had wiped out the Battle King Alliance and unified the 3,000 Saint City. Everyone knew that he had gone to the Golden City, and he had gone there as the Crown Prince. Why was he here? And these terrifying warriors were all warriors from the deep-sea dragon realm. Wasn't that one of the 4 major realms? Why were they here, and why did they want to wipe out the 3,000 Saint City? They were completely dumbfounded. Everything that happened in front of their eyes felt like a dream. Ling Xiao's appearance had given the warriors of the Desert Saint City a chance to survive, but no one knew how long this chance would last. Everyone, including the Saint Lord of the Desert Saint City, knelt down, praying that Ling Xiao could win. Ling Xiao was the crown prince of the Golden City, the heavenly emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. If he was defeated, they would have no more chances. You're Ling Xiao? I'm the king of the Eastern Sea from the deep-sea dragon realm. You're the one I'm looking for. King of the Eastern Sea? Hee. I wonder why the king of the Eastern Sea from the deep-sea dragon realm is looking for me, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. He stood there high above, looking down at the people of the deep-sea dragon realm, taking in their strength. He had confirmed that there was no problem and he could defeat them. Of course, he had to use the power of the body of 3 sovereigns. If he really had to use it, he would not hesitate. He was not a hesitant man. The warriors of the deep-sea dragon realm had ugly expressions. This Ling Xiao was really daring. He was just a divine core warrior, and he dared to look down on them, looking down at them from a high position. This was completely looking down on them. Could it be that the warriors from the Golden City are nearby? King of the Eastern Sea said with a frown, but he couldn't sense any aura. Moreover, they were very secretive when they came, so it was impossible for anyone to know. In order to avoid being noticed, they had suffered a lot and took many detours. King, let me try. A first-level divine physique realm warrior cupped his fist and said, if there's no powerful warrior, I'll kill him. If there's a powerful warrior, we'll figure something out. All right. The king of the East Sea nodded. It was indeed time for someone to test Ling Xiao's strength. He really wanted to know why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. The warrior heard the king of Donghai's order. An ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He was the warrior who had prepared to shoot through the desert holy city's defensive array with his bow and arrow. At this moment, he drew his longbow again. Once again, a blazing flame arrow was formed. However, this power felt several times stronger than before. It could be seen that he also dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. But there was no need to think too highly of him. Die! After a loud roar, the warrior suddenly released a flaming arrow. The arrow flew towards Ling Xiao like a blazing meteor. For a moment, the entire sky was dyed red. The warriors in the desert holy city below had long been scared out of their wits. They had never seen such a scene before. He had never seen such a terrifying expert before. One had to know that the desert holy city's Saint Lord was only an Earth Core realm martial artist. In other words, he was a 7th divine core warrior. The difference was too great. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. Ling Xiao stood there without moving. He only smiled lightly. This was the attack. Even if he stood there without moving, his opponent wouldn't be able to hurt him. Of course, he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. After all, his opponent was a 1st level divine physique realm martial artist. Therefore, he had already released the sun god's blood formation. He used the bloody rat devil transformation for the second time. However, he didn't use the beast soul transformation. As his cultivation continued to break through, his combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. When facing a first-level divine physique realm martial artist, there was no need to use the sky tyrant martial soul anymore. He could even block a first-level divine physique realm martial artist's full force attack with his body. After all, his opponent's attack was far weaker than the punishment guard's combined attack. Compared to Lei Xinglie, it was far weaker. It couldn't hurt him at all. Bang! This time, Ling Xiao didn't block it with his hands. He allowed the flaming arrow to hit his forehead. When the warriors in the deep-sea dragon domain saw this, they were all shocked. Was this Ling Xiao stupid or bold? He actually dared to use his body to block a first-level divine physique realm martial artist's full force attack. After this attack, he would definitely be seriously injured, even if he didn't die. However, in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The flames extinguished, and the arrow disappeared. However, Ling Xiao was completely unharmed. There wasn't even a black mark on his forehead. The warriors in the desert holy city below worshipped Ling Xiao like a god. My turn. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He took out a bow from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. It was an Emperor artifact bow with 9 dragon patterns. This bow had merged with Ling Xiao's divine, heavenly king artifact, longbow. It was called the Red Lotus Hell Bow. The moment Ling Xiao pulled the bowstring, the king of East Sea suddenly felt that something was wrong. Retreat! He shouted loudly, hoping that the first-level divine physique realm martial artist would retreat into the formation. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ling Xiao's movements weren't sluggish at all. The same crimson flaming arrow shot out like hellfire. It swept up a frenzied power. It seemed to be able to poke a hole in the sky. In an instant, it was already in front of the martial artist. Boom! Without any suspense, the incomparably violent power hit the martial artist's head. The head was set ablaze in an instant. The poor martial artist only had time to scream. Before he could scream a second time, he was already dead. He died too quickly. Other than the king of East Sea, many people couldn't accept it. The corpse fell to the ground and was burned to ashes in an instant. Ling Xiao put away the Red Lotus Hell Bow and looked coldly at the people from the deep-sea dragon realm. He chuckled and said, "Martial artists from the deep-sea dragon realm are indeed useless. A first-level divine physique realm martial artist is actually so useless. How disappointing. No wonder you're regarded as the weakest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You're all just here to make up the numbers. You don't deserve to be a force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds." Ling Xiao's words were extremely sarcastic. How could the deep-sea dragon realm martial artists be happy? Some martial artists couldn't hold it in and had already rushed out, wanting to fight Ling Xiao to the death. But they were stopped by the king of East Sea. The king of East Sea's expression wasn't good either. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao's aptitude was extremely terrifying. He thought that a genius was nothing before he grew up, so he accepted this mission. But now he really regretted it a little. This Ling Xiao could use his physical body to take the full blow of a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. He could easily kill a first-level divine physique realm martial artist. And his cultivation was only at the 8th level of the core fragmentation realm. This was unbelievable. He was simply monstrous. Such a monstrous talent was in the Golden Heavens region, and not the deep-sea dragon realm. Ling Xiao, I really like you. If you agree to become my disciple, I'll give you everything I have. If you become my disciple, I can spare your life." The king of East Sea actually wanted to take him in as a disciple. However, this kind of icing on the cake made Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Chapter 47:19. Take me in as a disciple? Haha, I'm afraid you're not worthy. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Besides, I once killed the Dragon Emperor. What do you think they'll do to me if I return to the deep-sea dragon territory with you? Can you stop them? As long as you hand over all the treasures you obtain from the chaotic sand sea, there won't be a problem. King Donghai said. You're waiting for me here? Oh my God, I really have to thank you. How can there be such a confident idiot in this world? Do you think you've got me today for sure? Ling Xiao laughed. These guys, each more conceited than the other. Seriously, what were they thinking? Fine, since you're so confident, I'll give you a chance. If any of you can defeat me, I'll give him all the treasures I have. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao's words enraged more than 20 deep-sea dragon territory martial artists. A mere 8th level core fragmentation realm martial artist actually looked down on them. Among them, there were only 10 first-level divine body realm martial artists. The remaining 8 second-level divine body realm martial artists, 2/3 level divine body realm martial artists, and a 4th level divine body realm King Donghai. Even if one first-level divine body realm martial artist died, the rest were still powerhouses. Ling Xiao actually dared to look down on all of them. Wasn't he too arrogant? Even if he could kill a first-level divine body realm martial artist, he didn't have any right to be arrogant in front of a second-level divine body realm martial artist. Moreover, there were 3rd and 4th level divine body realm powerhouses here. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The desert holy city martial artists listened to the conversation in the sky with fear and trepidation. All of them were extremely nervous. Their celestial emperor didn't back down in the face of these powerhouses. He didn't have any fear at all, although this made them feel admiration and excitement. At the same time, they were also worried. What if Ling Xiao couldn't beat them? He's really too arrogant. My king, let me do it. If I really kill him and get all the treasures on him, I'll definitely give them to my king. The one who spoke was a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist. His strength was much weaker than Lin Hong's. Among the 2nd level of the divine physique echelon, he could at most be considered an inferior one. However, a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist was still a 2nd-level divine body realm martial artist. He was much stronger than a 1st-level divine body realm martial artist. Yes, the king of the East Sea nodded. He really wanted to know what Ling Xiao's limit was. Since he dared to be so arrogant, he must have some trump card. He also wanted to know what Ling Xiao's trump card was. That 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artist was a middle-aged man who was over 100 years old. His aptitude wasn't that great, but his strength wasn't bad. Moreover, it was a little flamboyant. Ignorant brat, you have no idea how powerful a divine body realm cultivator is. As soon as that person finished speaking, a gust of wind appeared behind him. The raging wind tore apart, turning into hundreds of afterimages. Based on your knowledge, I'm afraid you haven't seen this kind of usage of a martial spirit, right? A martial soul isn't just something that can be materialized. It can have many attributes and many different uses. As his voice rang out, there seemed to be a strong gust of wind blowing between heaven and earth. The stronger the wind, the more figures there were. The entire sky was occupied by the other party's clones. The martial artists in the holy city of the desert looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Facing such a terrifying enemy, what was Ling Xiao going to do? Although those clones weren't real, each of them contained terrifying wind power. Even if he wanted to destroy them, it would be very difficult. However, they saw a disdainful sneer on Ling Xiao's face. He didn't know how to use a martial spirit. Ha ha! At this moment, he entered the unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. His Tai Chi eye opened. Even though the sky was filled with the other party's figures, in Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only one real one. He had already seen this kind of clone trick a long time ago. It wasn't new at all. It was nothing more than the fusion of a martial spirit and a martial technique. It wasn't new at all. The other party could actually brag to such an extent. What a pitiful idiot. He allowed the strong wind to wreak havoc. He slapped his body. One after another, the clones charged at him. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. These attacks couldn't hurt him. Instead, they could increase the energy in his cultivation sea. He didn't have to stop them. The attacks of a second-level divine body, realm martial artist, were very powerful. However, because the attacks were too scattered, each attack didn't pose much of a threat to him. At the very least, they couldn't break his defense or hurt him. Ling Xiao was completely engulfed by the strong wind. The martial artists in the desert holy city couldn't see his figure anymore. All of them were anxious and uneasy. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would be completely torn apart by this strong wind. That second-level divine body, realm martial artist frowned. Ling Xiao actually dared to underestimate him. He didn't care about his attacks at all. He gritted his teeth. His main body finally moved. An extremely terrifying power was contained in his hands. It was more terrifying than all the clones combined. This attack had completely surpassed the combination technique of the 3 punishment guards. This person had a wind martial spirit and cultivated a wind-type martial technique. The combination of the two was really very powerful. Ordinary first-level divine body, realm martial artists wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of this person. He actually didn't dodge when facing an attack. However, Ling Xiao dared to do so. The key was that his physical body was too strong. Therefore, he wasn't afraid at all. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, moved forward silently. He relied on countless wind-type clones to conceal his true attack. He didn't dare to be too fast. If he was too fast, he would be discovered. However, he didn't know that his actions were like a thief who was already under surveillance and thought that he hadn't been discovered. It was really a little ridiculous. Wind could allow people to have graceful movement techniques and swift speed. However, if wind was condensed to a certain extent, it could move mountains and seas. It was extremely terrifying. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, was confident that the power of his attack was enough to destroy a city. Could it be that Ling Xiao's physical body was harder than a city? He didn't believe it. He was close. He suddenly became nervous because he might get a lot of treasures with this attack. Even if he had to hand them over, the King of East Sea would definitely leave him a lot. Anyway, he would definitely make a profit. Ling Xiao felt the power of the other party's attack. The energy in his cultivation sea surged wildly. Potential would always be released when a threat came. This meant that the other party was still a big threat to Ling Xiao. 10%. Ling Xiao smiled, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The second-level divine body, realm martial artist, was shocked. When he wanted to turn back, it was already too late. His head was grabbed by a steel-like hand and lifted up. His whole body instantly became weak and powerless. The attack that was originally condensed also turned into nothing in an instant. Impossible. The moment that person was grabbed, the first thing that came to his mind was that it was impossible. All his actions were so perfect. Why was he discovered? Why? Ling Xiao's eyes released a mocking look. You seem to say that you know more about martial souls than me? What a pity. This is obviously just a joke. Ling Xiao smiled mockingly. End of chapter. Chapter 47:20. Dark Siphon. A huge black goat shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Since you know so much about martial souls, I'll let you die under the martial soul's special skill. With the activation of Dark Siphon, a large amount of blood essence rushed out of the martial artist's body and flowed into Ling Xiao's palm. After being refined, it turned into potential and was injected into Ling Xiao's body. Although it couldn't immediately increase Ling Xiao's strength, it could replenish his potential. It was indeed a good martial soul's special skill. Save me! Save me! The martial artist struggled in Ling Xiao's hands and desperately cried for help. He didn't want to die. Who would want to die? Unfortunately, no one made a move. On one hand, it was because they were wary of Ling Xiao. On the other hand, it was too late. After the martial artist cried for help, he completely stopped breathing. Ling Xiao threw the shriveled corpse down. Then, he turned back to look at the crowd. See, I told you you're all trash. My king, let me kill him. One of them held a sharp sword and was furious. His own people were killed and humiliated. He couldn't take it. No, let me do it. Another person held a long saber. He was powerful and domineering, and his terrifying saber intent shook heaven and earth. None of you can do it. Let me do it. Another person stood out. He held a halberd and was the strongest among the three. Although they were all at the second level of the divine body realm, he was the only one who had reached the upper second level of the divine body realm. No need to fight. Come at me together. You're all going to die anyway. It's too troublesome to come one by one. Why don't you come at me together? Ling Xiao teasingly looked at the three people who were fighting to kill him and laughed. Now, Ling Xiao needed a breakthrough in his cultivation. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity today. Moreover, whether it was the beast god sky-devouring flash or the god-reversing art, they needed to be continuously trained in actual combat to increase their power. The deep-sea dragon domain gave him so many sparring partners. How could he not accept it? When the three of them heard Ling Xiao's words, they were instantly furious. Each of them was a super expert of the deep-sea dragon domain. Ling Xiao actually wanted the three of them to attack together. He was too arrogant. The fury of the three was enough to incinerate Ling Xiao. Since he wants all of you to come together, then all of you can come together. King Donghai said coldly. Anyway, the deep-sea dragon realm had already lost face, so it didn't matter if they lost face. So what if they bullied him with numbers? As long as they could kill Ling Xiao, it was fine. Moreover, Ling Xiao's appearance clearly showed that he still had some sort of trump card. He absolutely could not let his subordinates throw away their lives one by one. Joining forces was definitely a wise choice. After all, a cultivator at the second level of the divine body realm was already a super powerhouse in the deep-sea dragon territory. If they were killed one by one, it would be even more humiliating. The three of them were unwilling at first, but the king of Donghai had given the order. They would not object. The three of them released their second-level divine body echelon auras at the same time and locked onto Ling Xiao from three different angles. His raging fighting spirit transformed into swords, sabers, and halberds rushing towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to crush Ling Xiao in terms of willpower. In that instant, the martial artists of the desert holy city below all lay on the ground. That terrifying fighting spirit suppressed them until they could not breathe at all. They felt like they were going to die. It was a pity that the three of them wanted to use their fighting spirit to suppress Ling Xiao, but they had completely miscalculated. If they attacked directly, they might still have a chance of winning. They actually used their fighting spirit to suppress him. They were simply too idiotic. Let me show you the will of the beast god. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted. 12 completely different beast souls actually appeared behind Ling Xiao, and they were all beast god martial souls. The beast god's fighting spirit erupted. 12 terrifying beasts formed in the sky. In an instant, the saber, sword, and halberd were all knocked back. The entire sky had become the will of the beast god. In terms of cultivation, Ling Xiao was indeed much weaker than the other party. But in terms of spiritual realm, Ling Xiao had now reached the terrifying 4th-level divine body realm. He was stronger than any of the other party, coupled with the powerful will of the beast god martial soul. Even if he encountered a 6th-level divine body realm martial artist, he could crush them with his willpower. Ling Xiao would not be afraid. In that instant, the 3 of them vomited blood at the same time. Their faces were pale. Although they had heard some legends about Ling Xiao, they had never believed them, especially when they saw that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Shattered Core realm. They did not care even more. However, at this moment, they definitely did not dare to underestimate their opponent. In terms of fighting spirit alone, Ling Xiao was too powerful. Kill. The 3 of them no longer used their fighting spirit to suppress him. Holding their weapons tightly, they charged at Ling Xiao from different directions. That's good. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, holding the Void God sword in his right hand and the Crimson Blood Demon sword in his left. He also charged out. At the same time, he also used the tyrannical martial soul possession. Facing 3 2nd-level divine physique echelon martial artists alone was no laughing matter. Of course, he had to use all the means he could. These 3 people's cooperation was not as good as the punishment guards. However, because they were strong themselves, they still suppressed Ling Xiao quite badly after the battle started. Every time Ling Xiao attacked one of them, the other 2 would take the opportunity to attack. After dozens of rounds, Ling Xiao had suffered at least a dozen attacks. Of course, he took these attacks on purpose. As long as they did not pose a threat to his life, he did not bother to use the vertical golden light technique to dodge. If he really dodged, the other party would not be able to hurt him. After the battle, the energy in his cultivation, stopped at 30%. Ling Xiao knew that the threat of these 3 guys had been squeezed dry by him. Next, it was time to end the battle. Mao, God Nether formation. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was surrounded and suppressed by the 3 of them, disappeared. The 3 of them immediately felt a chill down their spines. Be careful. Although they did not find Ling Xiao, the 3 of them knew that this guy who suddenly disappeared would be a huge threat to them. However, it was useless no matter how careful they were. Hell's shadow strike pierced through the darkness. Ling Xiao did not even expose his whereabouts. However, 2nd-level divine body realm martial artists were still powerful. Even if Ling Xiao did not expose his whereabouts, they also caught a trace of Ling Xiao's aura. At the same time, they charged toward that location. Dragon God Frost formation. Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this and did not dodge. He activated the Frost formation. At that moment, the 2 2nd-level divine body realm martial artists suddenly became stiff. Their movement speed also suddenly decreased until it stopped. Both of their eyes were filled with fear, because they guessed what was going to happen next. The 2 of you die together. God-defying technique, 2-word style. This was Ling Xiao's first time using the 2-word style. Although it was just a beginner, its power was 10 times stronger than the 1-word style. A sword swept past the 2 of them. However, it released 2 streaks of sword energy and pierced the two frozen martial artists' foreheads at the same time. They were all dead, from Ling Xiao being suppressed to suddenly killing the three of them. In reality, only a few seconds had passed. The deep-sea dragon domain martial artists could not react at all. Many of them were even mocking Ling Xiao for being pretentious. In the end, they were suppressed. The Desert Holy City martial artists were still in despair and had not recovered from the shock until the three corpses fell to the ground. Only then did they react. Mobile version website. Chapter 47:21. The Deep-Sea Dragon realm martial artists were surprised and furious. 3 of them were killed in an instant, and 3 of them were second-level divine body realm martial artists. Their cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's, but in front of Ling Xiao, they were toyed with like 3-year-old children. The deep-sea dragon realm martial artists even suspected that Ling Xiao was suppressed on purpose at the beginning. The Desert Holy City martial artists were completely convinced by Ling Xiao. The only time they saw Ling Xiao before was in that golden battle. Ling Xiao looked down on the crowd and got the ticket to Golden City. But Ling Xiao at that time was definitely not as strong as he was now. This cultivation speed and the speed of improvement of his strength were simply too heaven-defying. Originally, I had already forgotten about the deep-sea dragon realm. You can live in peace. It's a pity that you people really don't know what's good for you and insist on coming to die. Then I can only make a trip to the deep-sea dragon realm after killing you and completely uproot the deep-sea dragon realm, so that you will never be able to rise from the ashes. Ling Xiao stood there calmly, with 2 swords in his hands, looking coldly at the king of East Sea and the others. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao was really too arrogant and crazy. Not only did he want to kill all these people in front of him, but he also wanted to uproot the entire deep-sea dragon realm. This was too crazy. The king of East Sea's gaze was extremely cold. If you were given some more time, you might really be able to massacre the deep-sea dragon realm. But today, I'm here, so you have no chance. The king of East Sea was determined to kill Ling Xiao. This guy was too scary. He must not be left alive. Otherwise, it would definitely lead to a disaster. Kill me? With just a bunch of trash like you? Can you kill me? Ling Xiao mocked. It's not that I look down on you, but there's no one here who can fight. Hearing this, the deep-sea dragon realm martial artists' lungs were about to explode. How could they tolerate this kid being so arrogant? They still wanted to save face. Boom. The violent aura of a 3rd-level divine body echelon cultivator suddenly erupted. An old man walked out of the formation. He didn't need a weapon either. His body was an indestructible weapon. He was an expert who specialized in cultivating his physical body. His physical body was as terrifying as an emperor weapon with 4 dragon inscriptions. Just by standing there, he was like a peerless treasure. This is an expert. I'm afraid that with the strength of my true body, it will be difficult for me to defeat him. But if I don't give it a try, I won't be happy. It was rare for him to meet such a good opponent, so he didn't want to waste it. If he used his sovereign physique, he would be able to kill his opponent with a single blow. That would be too boring. He wouldn't be able to gain anything from it. The Golden Dragon King has made his move. This Ling Xiao can no longer be so arrogant. When the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field saw this old man make a move, their originally low morale rose again. The golden-bodied Dragon King was second only to the King of the East Sea. For Kung Fu was terrifying. Although Ling Xiao's physical body was very strong, he was definitely not a match for the golden-bodied Dragon King. This time, they wanted to see how Ling Xiao could still be so arrogant. How could he be so proud? They wanted to vent and make Ling Xiao suffer. So many experts came today. If they couldn't even take down Ling Xiao alone, that would be too humiliating. Facing the golden-bodied Dragon King, Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate him at all. A martial artist of the third-level divine body realm was not someone he could defeat with his true body at this stage. Although the golden-bodied Dragon King was only considered a low-level martial artist in the third-level divine body realm, but it was equally terrifying. The limit of Ling Xiao's true body now was a second-level divine body realm martial artist. However, he planned to break through his limits in this battle. Thinking about it carefully, as long as he could bring out all his trump cards perfectly, he still had a 30% chance of winning. Kid, repent. This is what you get for underestimating the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon field. The golden-bodied Dragon King suddenly charged toward Ling Xiao. He was good at physical strength, so his attacks were naturally good at close range. Ling Xiao's arms were covered with thick scales. He also charged out abruptly. 2 fists against 2 fists. They blasted together. Bang! Without any suspense, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying and crashed into the desert holy city's city wall. Fortunately, the city wall had a defensive array. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. Uffed! Ling Xiao got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed into a blood arrow, blocking the golden-bodied Dragon King, who was about to finish him off. However, it was only a momentary block. His eyes were fierce as he took out the Void God's sword and the Crimson Blood Demon's sword. With a wild roar, he charged forward. This collision injured him quite badly, but he also increased the energy in his cultivation seed to 40%. Because of it, it was definitely worth it. However, he didn't dare to use his physical body to take it head-on anymore. He couldn't. He had to borrow the power of his Dharma treasure. Holding the Void God's sword and the Crimson Blood Demon's sword in his hands, he also became extremely fierce. Kill! The golden-bodied Dragon King looked at Ling Xiao with a cold smile, completely disdainful. Of the 2 swords in Ling Xiao's hands, one didn't have a dragon pattern. It was just one dragon pattern on each sword. In his eyes, it was completely beneath him. Dragon God's ice formation. The moment Ling Xiao got close to the golden-bodied Dragon God's ice formation, he suddenly released the cold effect of the Dragon God's ice formation. Although the formation was always there, Ling Xiao could control the cold air to attack anyone at any time. The golden-bodied Dragon King was already very careful. However, in the formation, no matter how careful he was, it was useless. Facing this strange cold, he still couldn't react in time. Ling Xiao stabbed down with both swords at the same time. He blasted the golden-bodied Dragon King away. However, this old thing was really strong. As expected of a third-level divine body realm martial artist, a simple stab couldn't pierce through his body. Although the other party's physical strength wasn't strong enough, a divine body realm martial artist could activate their divine essence to strengthen their defense. Ling Xiao's attack this time only left a terrifying wound on the golden-bodied Dragon King's body, but it wasn't enough to kill him. The golden-bodied Dragon King, who crashed to the ground, counterattacked crazily. Once again, he attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt a huge threat, and the potential in his body began to be released crazily. Vertical golden light technique. He was originally in the Sun God's Blood Demon formation, so he could use the vertical golden light technique infinitely. The golden-bodied Dragon King's attack landed in the air. It blasted directly to the ground. The violent fist force directly blasted a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters on the ground. That was close. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This was really King exciting. It felt different to fight with an expert. Attack together. The king of the East Sea waved his hand. Although the golden-bodied Dragon King could suppress Ling Xiao, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, which made him very dissatisfied. So he sent out all the martial artists around him. They besieged Ling Xiao. F***CK, shameless. The martial artists of the desert, holy city cursed in their hearts. However, they couldn't do anything. Their strength wasn't much, so they couldn't help at all. However, there wasn't the slightest fear on Ling Xiao's face. He suddenly took out a talisman. It was still the wild thunder purgatory talisman. There was only one chance left to use it. He might as well use it. In an instant, violent lightning struck. It blasted towards all the martial artists of the deep sea dragon territory. End of this chapter. Chapter 47:22. A first-level divine body, realm, martial artist couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the raging thunder purgatory. They were instantly blasted into smithereens. That second-level divine body, realm, martial artist, managed to block it, but he also consumed a lot of energy. Ocean God Yellow Springs Formation. Mao God Nether Formation. He activated two formations at the same time. The Yellow Springs water instantly flooded an area of 1 mile. The second-level divine body realm martial artist, who was already seriously injured, he struggled to survive in this terrifying Yellow Springs water. He was completely corroded in a short time. Only 2/3 level divine body realm martial artists were left. One was the Golden Dragon King, and the other was a man with 2 hammers who was extremely strong. Hooray! The martial artists of the holy city of the desert cheered excitedly. This was too shocking. Their celestial emperor was too strong. He actually destroyed the enemy just like that. It was simply amazing. Although they didn't dare to speak loudly, they still dared to talk in private. The king of the East Sea was also a little dumbfounded. He originally thought that having more people was a good thing. Now, it seemed that not only was it not good, but he also sent those poor guys to their deaths. This was an extremely embarrassing thing, facing 2/3 level divine body, realm martial artists at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't have a chance to breathe at all, so he planned to kill one of them first. With the help of the Mao God Nether Formation, he arrived behind the Golden Dragon King. He suddenly used Hell's Shadow Strike and stabbed at the other party. But a 3rd level divine body, realm martial artist, wasn't that easy to kill. Ling Xiao's sword was actually blocked by the Golden Dragon King. This guy was really shrewd and experienced. Kill him. The Golden Dragon King grabbed Ling Xiao's 2 swords, and a terrifying aura restrained Ling Xiao. It seemed to be some kind of secret technique that could make Ling Xiao unable to move. At this time, he roared at the other 3rd level divine body, realm martial artist who used 2 hammers. When Ling Xiao was trapped, the potential in his body was released even faster. In the blink of an eye, it reached 50%. However, the guy with the 2 hammers had already landed. Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Even if he had the ability to backtrack life, he would try not to expose it if he could. Nightmare moment. At that moment, Ling Xiao released the Hell Nightmare Beast soul. The golden body Dragon King that was restraining him suddenly fell asleep, and the restraints on his body immediately loosened. Ling Xiao suddenly turned. The huge hammers smashed into the head of the Golden Dragon King. Tisk, TSK, TSK, how tragic. Ling Xiao saw something white and red flying out. He hurriedly dodged it. Dragon King. The dual hammers man never expected that the Golden Dragon King would be smashed to death by his hammer. He was Dragon King. He was, you people are really interesting. I can't kill you, so you want to kill your own people to vent your hatred? It's hard to understand. Ling Xiao smiled. It's you. It's you. Dragon body god. The dual hammers man roared and smashed his hammers towards Ling Xiao. It strike. This person's strength was on par with the Golden Dragon King, and the hammers in his hands were clearly emperor armaments with 4 dragon patterns. However, Ling Xiao was undaunted and directly went up to meet him. Beast God Sky's swallowing flash. The crimson blood demon sword shot out a bright light, heading straight for the dual hammers man. Ridiculous! The dual hammers man easily swung his hammers and destroyed Ling Xiao's beast god swallowing flash. A martial artist at the 3rd level of the divine body realm was just that powerful. Let's see what other tricks you have. The man with twin hammers continued to pounce on Ling Xiao as a martial soul appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, it was also a fierce man with twin hammers. It seemed that this guy was a strength-type player through and through. It's about time. If we continue playing, it'll be troublesome. Ling Xiao's cultivation C energy had already increased to 60%. The twin hammers man was too much of a threat to him, so the energy in his cultivation C was increasing crazily. But Ling Xiao couldn't play anymore. If this continued, he would really have to use life reversal. At this moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sovereign physique had already replaced his main body. The reverse god sword in his right hand pointed at the twin hammers man. Then, a sharp sword light shot out. God-defying art. The bright sword light pierced through the void. The man with twin hammers stood there motionless. The sword light had already pierced through his glabella. Too fast, too ruthless, too strong. Originally, King Donghai was already waiting to reap the fruits of victory. Who would have thought that it would end up like this? King Donghai was very angry. He came with great momentum. In the end, he was the only one left. How could this not make him angry? If he had known this would happen, he would have personally taken action from the beginning. That way, so many people wouldn't have died. Are you sure you can kill me if you took action from the beginning? Ling Xiao, who was standing there, laughed disdainfully. You're wrong. If you had attacked from the start, you would have been dead. If you had taken action from the beginning, it wouldn't have been them who died. But all of you, do you believe it? I don't believe it. King Donghai shook his head and said, You just want to use such words to weaken my fighting spirit. This trick is useless against me. I miscalculated, so I have to avenge them. Don't worry, after I catch you, I will serve you well. I will definitely let you suffer the most painful torture in this world. In addition, I will also kill everyone in the 3,000 holy cities, especially your friends and family. I will let them know the consequences of offending the deep-sea dragon domain. You really succeeded in making me angry. Today, you will go to hell to accompany the Dragon Emperor. When you get there, he will definitely tell you why you died. Ling Xiao looked at King Donghai contemptuously. When he killed the Dragon Emperor, he used the martial soul barrier, so the martial artists outside didn't know what happened. They didn't know how the Dragon Emperor died. They always thought that it was the Fire King who killed him. But in fact, the Dragon Emperor was indeed killed by Ling Xiao. King Donghai frowned. He didn't understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from when facing him, a 4th-level divine body realm powerhouse. Was this guy bluffing? Or did he really have something else to rely on? He was also a little confused. No, I fell for his trick again. He deliberately made me confused so that he could find my flaws. King Donghai sucked in a breath of cold air. What a cunning kid. He almost fell for it. But although he thought so, King Donghai definitely didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Such a cunning fellow would be able to use any means in battle. Just like just now, Ling Xiao was clearly controlled by the Golden Dragon King. He was about to be smashed to death. But he suddenly broke free. It was really baffling. He didn't understand what happened at all. What? Are you afraid? Since you don't believe that I have the means to kill you, then just attack me. Then go ahead and attack. Could it be that a dignified martial artist at the 4th level of the divine body realm would be afraid of me, an 8th level core shattering stage martial artist? Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao, don't think that you can escape death like this. King Donghai suddenly released a terrifying aura. A giant beast appeared behind him. It looked like a shark, fierce and domineering. This should be his martial soul. There weren't many Sea Clan martial artists with martial souls. They paid more attention to bloodline power. This King Donghai was a little special. Mobile version update website. Chapter 47:23. King Donghai's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The giant shark martial soul behind him was also roaring crazily, feeling the other party's terrifying killing intent. Ling Xiao's body glowed with a faint golden light. This was the unique color of the sovereign physique. The golden light enveloped Ling Xiao, and between heaven and earth, a vast and domineering aura grew crazily. At this moment, looking at Ling Xiao again, there was actually a kind of majesty and coldness of an emperor. What's going on? King Donghai frowned. Seeing the golden light on Ling Xiao's body, he had a very uncomfortable feeling. But at this moment, he knew that he couldn't let his imagination run wild. His hands kept condensing water elements, and between his hands, a huge shark formed entirely of water elements was formed. His body was also wrapped in the current. This current absorbed almost all the water elements in the air, and it was very terrifying. Around his body, monstrous waves would be set off. It was as if the sea had moved to the 3,000 holy city. The 4th level of the divine body realm is indeed powerful. I'm afraid it can directly kill my original body. Ling Xiao sighed. His Tai Chi eye could clearly determine the destructive power of the other party's attack. If it was his original body, he would definitely have to use life backtrack or rising from the ashes. But now, he was not his original body, but the sovereign physique. You're really pitiful. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. Bullshit. King Donghai felt that he had been insulted. Ling Xiao actually said that he was pitiful. What was this for? Was he pitying him? Before you die, I'll let you see the real good stuff. Boom. In the next moment, Ling Xiao completely erupted the aura of the sovereign physique. King Donghai was dumbfounded. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? He couldn't believe that this was real. Everything in front of him was like a dream. There's something more fun. Ling Xiao smiled. The demon sovereign physique and the divine physique were released. They respectively released the power of the 2nd level of the divine body realm. It deterred King Donghai. King Donghai was completely stunned. He suddenly put away the giant shark that had been condensed. He turned around and fled. Only a martial artist at his level would understand. What did the current Ling Xiao mean? Therefore, he didn't dare to face Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. He wanted to tell the people of the deep sea dragon realm everything that had happened here, so that they could escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, the end of the world would come. He looked indifferently at the king of Donghai in the distance. Just as they were about to disappear into the horizon, Ling Xiao raised the Void God sword in his right hand. God-defying art. It was the same move, but the power displayed by the original body and the venerable sovereign body were completely different. Thousands of meters away, the king of the East Sea's body was directly split into two. In the blink of an eye, the Void God sword had sucked him dry. He had become a dried corpse. If anyone divulges half a word of what happened here today within a year, they will be punished. Die. Ling Xiao spat out these words and flew away. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. The warriors of the desert holy city were still in a state of shock. Let's not talk about the previous battles. Ling Zhao's final strike that killed the king of the East Sea was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. It turns out that His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is already so powerful, he just doesn't want to reveal his strength. It's really too terrifying. Even though they were unwilling to submit in the past, these people didn't dare to do so now. After leaving the 3,000 holy city, Ling Xiao went straight to the deep-sea dragon realm. It took him 2 days and 2 nights to travel. He didn't rest at all and traveled at full speed. He finally arrived at the dragon city of the deep-sea dragon realm. Dragon City was the core of the deep-sea dragon realm. It was the same as the city of gold in the Golden Sky region. Ling Xiao came here purely to destroy the deep-sea dragon realm, so he didn't want to expose his identity. He changed his appearance and appeared in the body of the venerable sovereign. Who is it? Ling Xiao's arrival caused the warriors of Dragon City to be nervous. The deep-sea dragon realm had lost the Dragon Emperor. The current Dragon Emperor's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the Divine Body realm. He was far inferior to the previous Dragon Emperor. His strength, which was weak to begin with, became even weaker now. Even so, they still had to provoke Ling Xiao. No one knew what they were thinking. You don't need to know, because Dragon City will no longer exist today. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the warriors in front of him indifferently. His eyes revealed a cold intent. The deep-sea dragon realm wanted to destroy the 3,000 holy city. When did they ever show any mercy? Therefore, he planned to destroy Dragon City, and he would not show any mercy. This was called giving them a taste of their own medicine. Whoosh! Ling Zhao's figure passed through those warriors who stopped him. He left without looking back. And those people all turned into corpses. Shriveled corpses. The Void God's sword had already reached the limit of breaking through and was about to enter the 4th level of the Divine Body realm. This was good news. Stepping into Dragon City, more warriors came over. They surrounded Ling Xiao. It wasn't that Ling Xiao couldn't avoid them, but Ling Xiao did it deliberately. He didn't want to kill a certain person today. He wanted to completely destroy the entire Dragon City. Ling Xiao still didn't make a sound. Only the Void God's sword in his hand was constantly drinking blood. All of the martial artists blocking him were not his match at all. The feeling of fighting with the body of an emperor was really too good. Ling Xiao was even a little obsessed with this kind of battle. It was just that his mind was very clear. This kind of advantage was only temporary. If he wanted to truly become stronger, he had to raise the strength of his original body as soon as possible while the advantage still existed. Ling Zhao's figure continued to move forward, heading toward the core of Dragon City, the Dragon Palace. The West Sea King, North Sea King, South Sea King, and the current Dragon Emperor were all there. That was his ultimate goal. Everywhere he went, there was a bloody stench and an aura of death. No one could escape. As long as it was a warrior that Ling Xiao saw, none of them could escape this terrifying killing sword. Quickly report to the Dragon Emperor. The warriors finally realized how terrifying the person in front of them was. An aura of panic and anger spread throughout Dragon City. Before Ling Xiao arrived, his killing intent had already enveloped all the warriors. People gradually realized that Dragon City, and even the deep-sea dragon domain, might be ushering in an apocalypse that was even more terrifying than the death of the Dragon Emperor. Dragon City was going to be destroyed by this person. Everywhere the blade passed, people died, walls collapsed, and everything was destroyed. Many Divine Body realm warriors rushed out of the Dragon Palace. These people were all recruited by the new Dragon Emperor to seek revenge. Unfortunately, It was useless for them to come out. That gray sword filled with the aura of death was like a ferocious beast that ate people. They couldn't block it at all. Their appearance was nothing more than a pile of corpses. The Dragon Emperor and the three Supreme Kings finally arrived. Unfortunately, they were too weak compared to the Supreme Kings of the Golden Sky Domain and the Eternal Emperor region. They weren't on the same level at all. Ling Xiao still couldn't live. He killed the West Sea King, who suddenly attacked with a sword. Then, he looked coldly at the Dragon Emperor. This person looked really similar to the previous Dragon Emperor. If he was obedient, he wouldn't have come to kill him. Unfortunately, people couldn't see through his own strength and just had to court death. Chapter 47:24. Friend, who exactly are you? Why did you kill the martial artists of the deep-sea dragon domain? For no reason. If there's anything wrong, we can sit down and discuss it. The Dragon Emperor also realized how terrifying this person in front of him was and actually admitted defeat. Now you're afraid? If you knew, you wouldn't have sent people to the 3,000 holy cities. When your father was still in power, he didn't dare to attack the Golden Heavens. You actually dared to attack. The Golden Heavens is really being underestimated. Ling Xiao sneered at the Dragon Emperor. You don't have to say those polite words. Attack. My purpose today is to destroy the deep-sea dragon domain. There's no room for negotiation. You're looking down on the deep-sea dragon domain too much. Hearing that the other party was a martial artist of the Golden Heavens, the Dragon Emperor knew that today's matter would probably not be settled peacefully. The only way was to kill the other party, so he activated his divine essence and released a terrifying aura. For a moment, the wind raged, and heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. Endless power rushed toward Ling Xiao. They wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Since there was no way out, why should they be afraid? Seeing the Dragon Emperor attack, the remaining king of the South Sea and king of the North Sea also attacked. The remaining martial artists of Dragon City seemed to have found their backbone, and there was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. No matter who this person was, he was too arrogant. He actually looked down on the deep-sea dragon domain. That's right. If you guys don't attack, I really can't bear it. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The next moment, 1,000 meters of ice was frozen. In an instant, all the martial artists who rushed toward Ling Xiao were frozen. The extreme coldness directly froze many martial artists to death. Their attacks were all frozen. The dragon god's ice formation under the body of a venerable sovereign was simply too powerful. It was too terrifying. Even a third-level divine body realm martial artist. They were also frozen to death. Freeze kill. In an instant, there were only 3 people left on the scene. The Dragon Emperor and the 2 Supreme Kings. Ling Xiao pointed out lightly. A finger force broke through the air. The King of the South Sea was also killed. Deep Sea Storm Fist. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor broke free and waved his hands. Violent energy bloomed. They turned into a terrifying storm, trying to tear Ling Xiao apart. It's useless. Ling Xiao shook his head and punched out. The storm dissipated, but the fist force was still heading toward the Dragon Emperor. Dragon Emperor, run. I'll stop him. The King of Beihai, the only one left, stood out at this time. You're very loyal. Unfortunately, I won't spare your life just because of your loyalty. Ling Xiao glanced at the Lord of Beihai indifferently. His left hand pointed out. It was the same void-shattering finger and the same escaping light. It pierced through the Lord of Beihai's forehead and shot toward the Dragon Emperor. The pitiful Lord of Beihai barely managed to block Ling Xiao for a second before dying tragically in his hands. I will kill you. The Dragon Emperor knew that he could not escape. He dodged Ling Xiao's finger force. His entire body transformed into a howling storm. For a time, Dragon City was wreaking havoc, and the sky darkened. Ling Xiao looked at all of this indifferently. The Dragon God's ice array was activated again. The violent hurricane was gradually unable to move and was frozen into an ice sculpture. Even the Dragon Emperor was frozen. Fear flickered in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Ling Xiao finally changed back to his original appearance. Don't you want to know who I am? I'll let you see. You're about to die anyway. You. Impossible. How is this possible? If the person who killed them was an expert from Golden City, he could still accept it. But what was going on? The person who attacked was actually Ling Xiao. He was about to break down. Got it. Then go to hell. The reverse god sword pierced through the ice layer and crazily absorbed the Dragon Emperor's blood essence. As the Dragon Emperor's body shriveled up, the reverse god sword finally broke through and reached the 4th level of the divine body realm. If he released the Tao Tai, it would be a 4th level divine body realm Tao Tai. This guy was Ling Xiao's other trump card. Beast God Sky Devouring Flash, Greater Mastery, Reverse God Technique, Mastery, Reverse God Tao Tai, Divine Body Realm 4th level. Cultivation, Shattered Core Realm 8th level, 70% of the energy in the cultivation C. This was Ling Xiao's result after this battle. His cultivation didn't break through, but the power of his 2 powerful attacks increased by at least 10 times. Now, the power of the single word technique was no less than the introductory 2-word technique. The Beast God Sky Swallowing Flash became Ling Xiao's strongest martial skill. After turning Dragon City into ruins, Ling Xiao quietly left. When he arrived at Golden City, it was exactly 2 days later. This time, he was out for 4 whole days. Senior Fire Emperor, why are you waiting for me here? Before entering Golden City, Ling Xiao saw the Fire Emperor standing there. Beside the Fire Emperor, there were a few corpses that had been burned to bones. Ling Xiao understood with a glance. This Punishment Law King is really bold enough to actually want to intercept and kill me? Thank you, Senior. If I didn't come, you wouldn't have died. The reason why I'm waiting here is to tell you something troublesome. The Fire Emperor frowned. Senior, please speak. Ling Xiao said. Did you find those neutral martial artists and get them to vote for you? And you even gave them something? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. You're silly. Those people definitely wouldn't dare to betray the punishment hall. Even if you tempted them with great gifts, they would only agree on the surface. At that time, they would definitely go back on their words and even announce that you gave them gifts. That would be troublesome. If you don't say this, it'll be an unspoken rule. If you say it, the punishment hall will definitely have a reason to eliminate you. You won't even have the qualifications to participate. The Fire Emperor was a little disappointed. Hee, am I that stupid? Ling Xiao laughed. The Fire Emperor was stunned. Did you already know that this would happen? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Who am I? To be arrogant. I'm afraid that Senior isn't as knowledgeable as I am. You've always lived in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. As for me, I came all the way from the heavenly dragon continent. What kind of rotten things have I not seen before? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'm afraid it's useless for them to go back on their words. You made me nervous for nothing. The Fire Emperor let out a breath. He knew that since Ling Xiao said it was fine, it would definitely be fine. This time, the Penal Law King encountered such a cunning little thing. He was afraid that he would suffer a setback. Tomorrow is the assessment, right? Hurry up and go back. I still want to have a good sleep. I'm tired these few days. Ling Xiao stretched and flew in the direction of the Fire Emperor Palace. Early the next morning, It was the beginning of the very important event in the Golden City. The first round of the Golden Sovereign selection began. Early in the morning, many martial artists were already waiting there. Everyone wanted to know who would be the Golden Sovereign this time. Even if there were no supporters, they still wanted to watch the show. Seeing Ling Xiao appear with a happy face, the Punishment King sneered, "You won't be able to laugh later. I'll make you scram in the first round. Even if you're as cunning as a fox, if you can't participate in the later rounds, how are you going to be the Golden Sovereign?" Chapter 47:25. Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Jinding before turning to look at Yang Fan, who was standing behind Huang Jinding. This Yang Fan had always made him feel extremely pressured. He was definitely not an ordinary person. The Golden Sovereign's test was held in the Golden City's plaza. Most people were qualified to watch the test. However, ordinary warriors would not be able to get close to it. Other than the 100 judges, there were the higher-ups and the 6 candidates in the center of the plaza. It had to be said that today's Grand Plaza was truly a gathering of heroes. The 4 supreme martial artists were here. There was no lack of martial artists at the 4th and 3rd level of the Divine Body realm. They had no choice but to come. After all, the Golden Sovereign was related to the future of the Golden City and the entire Golden Sky region. The current Golden Sovereign was very old. He could pass away at any time. Therefore, the current Golden Sovereign was very likely to be the successor. It was important. They had to pay attention to it. The first round tested the popularity of the candidates. As a leader, it would be very awkward if no one supported him. Generally speaking, the candidates who won the first round would have a 90% chance of becoming the Golden Sovereign. This had happened before. After all, the strength and wisdom of the candidates were usually on par. The difference between the last 2 rounds would not be too big. Therefore, the first round was very important. This was why Ling Xiao and the Punishment Hall placed so much importance on this round. Young man, even if you don't get a high score in this round, you have to persevere. Don't be discouraged. Try to get more points later. At this moment, the Flower King walked to Ling Xiao and said with concern. Ling Xiao stood up and nodded. He did not say anything. From the Flower King's tone, he could tell that the Flower King did not have much confidence in his results. After all, he did not have any foundation in the Golden City. Moreover, he had offended the Punishment Hall. Many warriors would not dare to openly support him. However, this round of voting was open. It was normal to lose. Just listen to the discussions around him. Although I admire Ling Xiao, I'm afraid he will make a fool of himself in this round. Offending the Punishment Hall will not end well. Yes, and many people are jealous of him for meeting Dizun twice. Maybe they won't vote for him because of this. What a pity! I really hoped that he could win and slap the Punishment Hall's face. Those fellows from the Punishment Hall are too overbearing. I've had enough of them. Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die? If you want to support them, you should support them secretly. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Sigh, the Punishment Hall covers the sky with one hand. Our Golden City will never be able to rise again. No matter how angry you are, today's result is already very obvious. Huang Jinyu, the king of many treasures, definitely got the most votes, followed by Valkyrie Yang Shui, Thunder Sword Raymond, and Little Fire God Bailey Shuwu. The Undying King and Ling Xiao are probably the weakest. That's probably it. Although the voting had yet to begin, people had already made their own judgments. Even those who supported Ling Xiao knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to win this round. Moreover, he would lose miserably. Just like the Undying King, he was just a bystander. It seems that no one is optimistic about you. Those from the Punishment Hall are even more outspoken. They criticize you in speech and in writing. Can you still bear it? The Flame Emperor asked with a smile. Bear it? Hee, I'm worried that they won't be able to bear the final result. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Ha 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 ha, you brat. Then I'll wait for a good show. The Flame Emperor laughed loudly. This caused a lot of confusion. Ling Xiao, whom the Flame Emperor supported, was clearly about to lose. Why was the Flame Emperor laughing so happily? Why? At this moment, the Punishment Hall Master, the King of Fairness, who was in charge of hosting this event, appeared in the center of the square. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Punishment King, Huang Jinding, was. The host of such a crucial event was actually his subordinate. It was no wonder that people said that controlling the Punishment Hall was equivalent to controlling the entire Golden City. If it weren't for the fact that the Punishment Hall Master was weaker than an emperor, he would have rebelled long ago. The moment the King of Fairness appeared, the restless crowd stopped. No one dared to make a sound, and they all quietly listened to him speak. After a bunch of nonsense opening remarks, the King of Fairness finally went straight to the point. Then, the grandest competition of the Golden Sky region will now begin. Everyone also noticed that there was a ballot box in front of each of the 6 candidates. Whoever the judges support, vote in the ballot box in front of the candidate. Of course, there is one more thing to note. Every time you vote, you must explain the reason for voting. Otherwise, it won't count. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Everyone should be clear about what the Golden Sovereign means. We have to choose a suitable ruler, not a bloodthirsty and cruel madman. Every vote in your hands is incomparably sacred. Don't take it lightly. This is related to the future of Golden City and the well-being of hundreds of millions of martial artists. When voting, please touch your conscience. Is this vote right for the Emperor, right for your family, and right for the thousands of heroic spirits? At this point, he looked at Ling Xiao without hiding anything. If some vicious person ascends to the position of Golden Sovereign, not only will it cause internal strife in Golden City, it might even ruin your illustrious reputation. You're just a host. Aren't you talking too much nonsense? From what you're saying, it seems that the Golden Sovereign is not from your king's mansion or punishment hall, and you're planning to rebel. Others didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that Ling Xiao didn't dare. Since the other party had already made it clear, what was he afraid of? Shut up! The King of Punishment shouted sternly, and his violent voice was like a heavy hammer smashing towards Ling Xiao. However, it was easily resolved by the Fire King. Hee, the King of Punishment is so powerful. I even suspect that the people who voted for the King of Many Treasures were threatened by you. Just now, the King of Fairness said it well. When voting, touch your conscience. Don't make a decision that will let down your ancestors and the Golden City. You'll go to hell. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He easily resolved the pressure brought by the King of Fairness's words on the voters. One must know that when the King of Fairness said that, many of the judges were actually a little intimidated, especially those with a lower cultivation base. Among the judges, at least 1/3 of them had to be Divine Core warriors. There were more than 30 of them. All right, the voting has begun. Stop arguing. The Flower Queen finally came out to be the peacemaker again. Ling Xiao gave her face, and so did the King of Punishment. Therefore, the argument stopped for now. The first one to come out was the judge from the punishment hall. These 100 judges were numbered as well. Because they had to explain the reason for voting, they could only come out one by one. They couldn't all come out together. Chapter 47:26. The judge of Punishment Hall turned out to be the King of Fairness himself. He picked up his vote, walked to Huang Jinyu, and directly voted. Then he said, I swear to the ancestors of Golden City. This vote is sacred and fair. King of Many Treasures. Huang Jinyu is the most loyal warrior of Golden City. He has made great contributions to Golden City many times. He is modest and cautious, does not kill the innocent, and is not arrogant. His reputation is excellent, so he is the most qualified to become the Golden Sovereign. I am voting for him, and I believe everyone agrees. Compared to someone who is bloodthirsty, does not follow the rules, and has not made any contributions, he is simply many times better. Originally, he only needed to explain why he voted for Huang Jinyu. However, this king of fairness wanted to criticize Ling Xiao because he did not want Ling Xiao to get votes. It would be best if he got 0 votes. Then Ling Xiao would be completely finished, because according to the rules, if the number of votes in the first round is less than 1, then this person will be directly removed from the list of candidates. Ling Xiao did not say anything this time, because in a while, someone will naturally slap this king of fairness in the face, so he did not need to say anything. The second voter was still a martial artist of Punishment Hall. Of course, he still chose Huang Jinyu. And because the king of fairness had made a very bad start. So when this guy was commenting, he also fiercely attacked Ling Xiao. As the king of fairness said, King of many treasures is sincere and kind, and has made countless contributions. Naturally, I vote for him. Unlike someone who has just joined Golden City for a few days, he actually dares to kill his compatriots. Relying on the ancestors' high regard for him, he completely does not put others in his eyes. I hope that the next judges will not be afraid of his fierce power and will not be bought by him. Voting must be fair. This is responsible for the future, responsible for Golden City. Next, more than a dozen people voted for Huang Jinyu, and the comments were surprisingly consistent and somewhat strange. Most of the words were used to attack Ling Xiao. The evaluation of Huang Jinyu was a simple sentence. Many people looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see a furious expression on Ling Xiao's face. But there was none. The Ling Xiao they saw was still as calm as ever. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. Finally, of the 30 representatives on the side of the Punishment King, only 3 were left. One of them stood up and took a deep breath. Then, he walked toward the 6 candidates. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he cast his vote into Ling Xiao's ballot box. At that moment, the entire place was deathly silent. If the Fire King Palace or even the neutral cultivators had voted for Ling Xiao, everyone could still accept it. However, this person was the representative of the Punishment Hall. He was the representative of the Criminal Law King's Mansion. Bastard, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and take out the tickets. The King of Fairness's brain heated up as he stood up and roared. What? Does the King of Fairness intend to interfere with other people's voting? Now, who was the one threatening the voters? However, it was also true that the King of Justice kept on saying how great the golden jade of the King of Many Treasures was. However, even his own people didn't believe him. Your ability to lie is too lousy. Ling Xiao stood up. Since this person had voted for him, then he had the right to protect him. What's the reason? The King of Fairness suppressed his anger and asked, "Before I explain the reason, I swear to the ancestors and the Dizun Master with my conscience. Everything I'm about to say is true. To vote for Ling Xiao, there are actually people asking for a reason? Are you stupid? How could the person supported by the Dizun Master be bad? Are you doubting the Dizun Master's vision? Or are you doubting the Dizun Master's judgment? Even for that traitor disciple, the Dizun Master was the first to see that he had evil intentions and accepted him as a disciple to control him. At that time, if the Punishment King hadn't been blind and pleaded for mercy, the Dizun Master would have killed that traitor long ago. In addition, you said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty? That's not funny. Everyone present probably knew what happened that day. It was the people from the punishment hall who wanted to kill the crown prince first, and the crown prince resisted. You don't dare to say it because you're afraid of the punishment hall's ferocious power, but I'm not afraid. I'll go all out today. Then there's the king of many treasures, Golden Jade, that you all praised like a flower. He didn't kill innocent people. There are no less than 100 examples of him killing innocents that I know and have evidence of. Where do you think he got all those treasures from? He stole them from others. And what about the merits? That's even more ridiculous. What has Huang Jinyu done for the city of gold, except for filling his own pockets? Why don't you say something? You have nothing to say, right? So, what's wrong with me voting for Ling Xiao? I'm going to kill you, you traitor! Huang Jinyu's calm smile turned into a ferocious one. However, before he could do anything, he was suppressed by the Flower King. Can't you keep your cool? Look at Ling Xiao. He was criticized by more than 20 people, but he didn't care at all, because he believes in his own cultivation. What about you? Can't you stand a few words from others? If you want to kill him, you have to ask for my permission first. In fact, when the Dizun master wasn't here, the Flower King was the most powerful person. After all, he was like a queen. Back off, Huang Jinyu. The king of punishment didn't look good either. In fact, everyone knew what the man said just now, but they didn't dare to say it out loud because of the king of punishment. Huang Jinyu really couldn't keep his cool. Huang Jinyu had no choice but to return to his seat. The king of punishment didn't return to his seat. Instead, he sat behind Ling Xiao. Next, I agree with him. Ling Xiao is the most suitable candidate. As for Huang Jinyu, he's just an animal in human clothes. It's him who defiled my sister. I didn't say it out loud. It's because I'm afraid. However, Ling Xiao's appearance gave me courage. I believe that the city of gold will become better with the crown prince around. Some people say that the crown prince hasn't done anything. What a joke. At the very least, he helped the Gold Sky region stand up straight in the chaotic sand ocean. Haven't we suffered enough in the past few years? After he finished speaking, he sat down behind Ling Xiao, just like the previous person. If it was only one person, it would be fine. But now, there were two people. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Initially, he thought that Ling Xiao would definitely suffer a crushing defeat in the first round. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that something was amiss. The king of punishment's expression changed from smug to gloomy. I was tricked by this kid. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. His so-called backup plan was those neutral cultivators. I also want to vote for Crown Prince Ling Xiao. Only someone with such courage can lead us through this difficult time. He's not a piece of trash like Huang Jinyu, who ran away at the last minute. During one of our missions, he abandoned his companions and ran away. He thought that no one knew about it, but I know very well. At this moment, the last cultivator of punishment stood up. Chapter 47:27. Seeing the indignant looks on the faces of the punishment hall's people, Ling Xiao revealed a gloating expression. Who asked you to trick me? Now, you know what it feels like to be tricked, right? With the Fire Emperor and the Flower Emperor here, the Punishment Palace didn't dare to do anything. They could only endure this. The surrounding warriors secretly gave the three of them a thumbs up. In this era, not many people dared to speak the truth. After the 30 representatives of the Punishment Palace finished voting, Huang Jinyu got 27 votes. That was not bad. Next was the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace's warriors. Basically, the Flower Emperor Palace voted for Yang Shuyi. What was surprising was that there were two tickets that were a little surprising. One of them was for the Undying King. The girl's reason was that the Undying King was a rare expert among the neutral warriors, so she should support him. Ling Xiao suspected that the Flower Emperor had asked her to do this on purpose. If this continued, The Undying King would be eliminated in the first round. That would be a pity. The other vote was for Ling Xiao. The voter was Yin Lihua. The reason was simple and clear. It was because Ling Xiao had saved her. After the voting of the Flower Emperor Palace ended, Yang Shui was in first place with 28 points. Huang Jinyu got 27 points. Ling Xiao got 4 points. The Undying King got 1 point. Next was the voting of the Thunder Emperor Palace. 26 people from the Thunder Emperor Palace voted for Lei Meng. Each of them had their own reasons. Of the other 4, 3 voted for Ling Xiao, and 1 voted for the Undying King. These 4 people were all bribed by Ling Xiao. He also deliberately chose to vote for the Undying King. On one hand, it would prevent the Thunder Emperor from suspecting him. On the other hand, he didn't want the Undying King to be eliminated so quickly. It would be more interesting if there were more people. After the Thunder Emperor Palace, it was the Fire Emperor Palace. In the Fire Emperor Palace, Bailey Shiwu got 15 votes, and so did Ling Xiao. By the end of the voting, the general situation could be seen very clearly. However, the key to who would be able to take first place was still the martial artist. It was said that the martial artist who scored first in every round would be rewarded with a 6 dragon veins monarch weapon by the Golden Sky region. Although Ling Xiao didn't care for it, it could still be used to buy people's hearts. When it was time for the neutral martial artists to vote, everyone became nervous. Huang Jinding was also very nervous. He had been slapped hard in the face in the previous vote, and he was really uncomfortable. Next, he wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. The first neutral warrior to vote was Zhang Tong. After Zhang Tong came up, he scolded Ling Xiao and praised Huang Jinyu. When people thought that he would definitely vote for Huang Jinyu, Huang Jinding's face was beaming with joy. Zhang Tong suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Everyone was startled for a moment. He actually voted for Ling Xiao. F***CK, are you playing with us? Someone shouted. Even Zhang Tong himself was baffled. He had already decided to switch sides at the last moment due to the threat of the punishment hall. But in the end, he was completely unable to control himself. He voted for Ling Xiao. Prince, save me. Zhang Tong realized what a stupid mistake he had made. He accepted Ling Xiao's gift, but betrayed Ling Xiao. But for some reason, he still voted for Ling Xiao. Even he himself didn't know why. But he knew that the punishment hall wouldn't let him off. Save you? You accepted my gift and still want to betray me. If I didn't have a backup plan, wouldn't I have been played to death by you? Get lost. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for such a person. If you were afraid of the punishment hall, then don't accept the gift and don't do anything. You deserve to die. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's all the punishment hall's fault. They threatened me and made me talk nonsense here. Zhang Tong shouted loudly, but unfortunately, he had already been dragged down. His life was already over. He would probably be killed by the punishment hall soon, and his entire family would be killed. Ling Xiao didn't even have the slightest intention of saving him. If such a person could betray you once, he could betray you a second time. The next 6 neutral cultivators all did the same thing as Zhang Tong. They criticized Ling Xiao without restraint, as if they were reading a script. In the end, they voted for Ling Xiao. It was as if their brains short-circuited. It wasn't until the 8th person came up to praise Ling Xiao and voted for Ling Xiao. The previous lesson was already very severe. Even a fool could tell that something was wrong. At this time, if he still dared to betray Ling Xiao, he would be courting death. It was the same for the 9th person. The 10th person was old stubborn. The first thing he did when he went up was to return the Emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns that the punishment hall gave him. The punishment hall wants to bribe me, but unfortunately, I'm not that kind of person. Just as the King of Fairness said, I have to be responsible for the city of gold and my ancestors. This was an even more ruthless slap to the face. The punishment hall's underwear was stripped off. Old Stubborn voted for Ling Xiao. At this point, the voting ended. Ling Xiao had a total of 32 votes and was ranked first. Yang Shuyi had 28 votes and was ranked second. Huang Jinyu had 27 votes and was ranked third. Raymond had 26 votes and was ranked fourth. Bailey Shuwu had 15 votes and was ranked fifth. The Undying King only had 2 votes and was ranked sixth. In fact, the score difference between the first few people was not that big. Anyway, the Undying King basically had no chance of getting the Golden Sovereign. Unless there was a huge accident, Bailey Shuwu's chances were also very low. The real competition was between the first 4 people. Ling Xiao, who was thought to be in the last place, had actually become the first. Ling Xiao had gotten the most points in the round where it was the least likely to score. How could this be reasonable? We were all fooled by that kid. Yang Fan was not that excited. To him, the Golden Sovereign selection was just a small show. In fact, he did not care about the final result. Of course, if someone from the punishment hall became the Golden Sovereign, it would be beneficial to his plan. How did he do it? The Fair King asked, puzzled. Soul secret technique. Yang Fan sneered. This kid is really a genius. Not only is he powerful, he also knows Soul's secret technique. Punishment King, you have to remind Huang Jinyu to be careful when he meets this kid in the next 2 rounds. Understood. Huang Jinding glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. He could not be as calm as Yang Fan. He was very angry in his heart. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked at Huang Jinding and suddenly said, Everyone, today's voting, it can be said to be the greatest moment in the history of the Golden Sky region. Most of you can still stick to your conscience and make a fair vote. No matter if you voted for me, the Valkyrie, Raymond, the Undying King, or Bailey Shuwu. You all have your own reasons, but you all voted with your conscience. As for the other people, they really have bad consciences. It's a disgrace to have such scum in Golden City. Uffed. The Fair King vomited blood. F***CK. Ling Xiao actually took advantage of him and still acted like he was innocent. Can't he just leave obediently? Why did he have to show off here? It was really infuriating. Chapter 47:28. Ling Xiao, stop right there. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in anymore. The one who roared at Ling Xiao was a punishment elder at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. This person looked quite righteous. He was the kind of martial artist with thick eyebrows and big eyes who looked like a righteous person. However, there were people who looked good on the outside but were rotten on the inside. This guy was obviously pushed out to be the vanguard. It wasn't good for Huang Jinding to get angry. The King of Fairness directly vomited blood. This person was the punishment elder, and his seniority was actually older than the 4 Supreme Kings. Therefore, many people were more respectful to him. Even the 4 Supreme Kings had to address him as senior in the past. The first round had already ended, and everyone was preparing to leave the square. This person roared, and everyone's attention was focused on him again. It's Elder Lu Shan. What is he trying to do? I don't know, but it seems like he's going to make things difficult for the Crown Prince. Ling Xiao also looked at this old man. He was usually more polite to the elderly. However, he wouldn't be polite to some old bastards who took advantage of their seniority. Elder Lu Shan, is there something you need? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan coldly and smiled faintly. Punishment Hall was really a coward to push this person out. If they wanted to find fault, the King of Fairness or Punishment King would be more suitable. Of course there's something. Elder Lu Shan's emotions suddenly became agitated. like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He didn't look at Ling Xiao, but looked at the others instead. Everyone here should know, I've been loyal to the City of Gold all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Moreover, I've always been a docile person who doesn't like to talk much. However, today, I have to say it, because something that might endanger the future of the City of Gold has happened. Maybe I'll die on the spot after saying these words. However, I'm not afraid. No matter what, I have to say what's in my heart. This Ling Xiao is bloodthirsty. Don't you admit it? He just came to the City of Gold and killed the most loyal warrior of Punishment Hall, Lin Hong. Lin Hong was in the wrong. However, he was loyal to the City of Gold and had rendered meritorious service. He could not be lynched. Ling Xiao relied on the protection of a venerable emperor to act lawlessly. He didn't put our Punishment Hall in his eyes at all. Don't be happy with some people. This kind of person is nice to you now, but after the Punishment Hall is destroyed, it will be time to deal with you. Even if he is the one recommended by the ancestor, this old man will still risk everything. Such a person could actually get the most votes, and there were even people voting for him. Has the City of Gold become so dark and unjust? Elder Lu Shan's words could be said to be filled with righteous indignation, fully putting himself in the position of a righteous person. It seemed like he was really doing it for the Golden City and the Golden Heavens. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Shan indifferently, quietly listening to his hysterical voice. This old fool. It was obvious that he had been used. Or rather, he was not stupid because he was a participant in this plan. In order to ruin Ling Xiao's reputation, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. How big of a grudge was this? No, this was not to mess with Ling Xiao. This target was obviously the venerable emperor behind Ling Xiao. If he ruined Ling Xiao's reputation, the venerable emperor would also be ruined. It was really a vicious plan. Needless to say, even if Ling Xiao did not kill Lu Shan today, Lu Shan would definitely die. Either he would commit suicide, or the Punishment Hall would kill him. It was really a vicious plan that could not be broken. If this old fool was being used, then there was still a chance to break it. But if this old fool was one of the plotters and wanted to use this dark military strategy to frame him and the venerable emperor, it was really difficult to deal with. It seemed that this old fool was not a stupid person. After all, he was able to sit in the position of Punishment Hall Elder. He must be very smart. So the second possibility was the most likely. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with coldness. In that case, he might as well kill this old fool on the spot and end all troubles. Even if he would be scolded for being heartless, he did not care. In any case, the first round of the examination was over, and the Punishment Hall was powerless to reverse the situation. As for the negative effects, when the lotus flower attacked, he would naturally make up for it. In the eyes of many people, this Lu Shan was a true righteous person. Even if the Punishment Hall had many faults, Lu Shan had never used his power to oppress others, and he was very fair in dealing with many things. At least on the surface. Ling Xiao had also investigated Lu Shan's dark history, but unfortunately, he could not find a trace of it. This was interesting. In fact, everyone should have some dark history. This old fool was as pure as a white lotus. There was really something strange about him. It made people feel that something was not right. At this time, Lu Shan directly targeted the Flame Emperor. Lord Flame Emperor, you are high and mighty. If this subordinate offends you, he will definitely die very quickly. But this subordinate does not care today. I want to tell all the truth, or this world will be hopeless. They are all hypocrites. You are the Flame Emperor, one of the 4 Supreme Kings, but you are protecting a crazy bloodthirsty. Don't you know? This Ling Xiao once came into contact with the Death Spirit Emperor in the Death Spirit world. Aren't you worried that he has already submitted to the Death Spirit Emperor? Otherwise, with his little cultivation, how could he leave alive and obtain so many treasures? You are really too muddle-headed. In case, I only say in case, because I have no evidence. If he is the Death Spirit Emperor's man and becomes the Golden Sovereign, our Golden City will really be finished. This was the key. Previously, when he said that Ling Xiao was bloodthirsty, many people did not think that it was a big deal. This was the world of martial artists, so it was nothing to kill a lot. Moreover, the incident that day was indeed the punishment hall's people who attacked first. But if it was related to the Death Spirit Emperor, it would be troublesome. Even if he did not have evidence, his words made Ling Xiao a suspect. Once there was suspicion, it would be terrible. Obviously, many martial artists began to waver. Lu Shan, you have to be responsible for what you said. The consequences of slandering a prince like this will be very serious. The Flame Emperor said coldly. What, Flame Emperor, are you threatening me? Unfortunately, I'm not afraid. Standing behind me are the martial artists of the Golden City. Even if you kill me and my family, I will still speak the truth. A trace of cunning flashed in Lu Shan's eyes. The more the Flame Emperor was agitated, the prouder he was. In any case, he had already decided to sacrifice himself and use his life to completely defeat Ling Xiao, the Flame Emperor, and the Dizun. Do you think I don't dare? The Flame Emperor was really angry. He had a bad temper. So how could he stand this guy's provocation? Flame Emperor, calm down. Elder Lu Shan's acting is so good. Why don't you enjoy it? Come, come, come. I have wine and food here. Let's eat and watch. Just as the Flame Emperor was about to make a move, Ling Xiao smiled and said, Chapter 47:29. Unknowingly, the ballot box on the table in front of Ling Xiao had been removed. Instead, it was replaced with a few simple dishes and a jar of wine. Elder Lu Shan, please continue. He took a sip of wine and smiled at Lu Shan. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He was a little annoyed in his heart. This Ling Xiao was clearly just a brat, but he actually had such self-control. He had already said such things, but this kid was not angry at all. He had no choice but to continue acting. He even cried bitterly. You're just doing this to let everyone see you putting on an act. You want to wait for everyone to leave and secretly kill me, right? As a prince, you're really a coward. Since you want to kill me, why don't you kill me now? A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Elder Lu Shan, do you really want to die? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Shan suddenly revealed a look of joy. This kid was indeed a little inexperienced. He finally couldn't hold it in. Thus, he struck while the iron was hot and said, It's not that this old man wants to die, but this old man said such a truth, so I will definitely be killed by you. Today, with Lord King of Law here, you won't dare to act recklessly. But later, you will definitely be ruthless to me. This old man has thought it through. Some deaths are lighter than a feather. Some are heavier than a mountain. If this old man's death can wake some people up and bring a future to the city of gold, I can die without regrets. Oh, is that so? If that's the case, I can kill you now? Ling Xiao chuckled. Lu Shan was stunned for a moment. He saw an unsettling meaning in Ling Xiao's smile. In the next moment, Ling Xiao suddenly made his move. The void-shattering finger shot out without any suspense. The finger force that transcended the void instantly blew up one of Lu Shan's arms. At this time, it was obviously not suitable for leveling up, so Ling Xiao activated the Emperor physique from the beginning. It was a pity that the people present, except for Fire King, had never seen the Lotus Sutra, let alone the existence of the three venerables. Even if he knew, he would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually know such a miraculous cultivation method. Seeing this scene, many people were dumbfounded. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This was the question that many people had. Oh no, Ling Xiao is really going to make a move. He really can't hold back his temper. Sigh. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Elder Lu Shan was purposely luring Ling Xiao to attack him. Doing so would only worsen Ling Xiao's situation in Golden City. Even venerable emperors will be dragged into this mess. It's possible that the sovereign emperor will abandon this prince in order to escape. These were the thoughts of those who firmly supported Ling Xiao. They didn't believe what Lu Shan said at all. He felt that Ling Xiao was too impulsive. Huang Jinding finally smiled again. Although this move was a little despicable, the other party had no way to counter it. Not only could they smear Ling Xiao's reputation, but they could also attack Dizun as well. This caused the venerable sovereign's reputation to plummet. Before Lu Shan could react, another finger force pierced through the air toward him. Lu Shan's other arm was also crippled. Although his arm was crippled, it could be regrown. For a martial artist at the third level of the divine body realm, there was no problem. Unfortunately, he didn't have that chance. Lu Shan, who lost both his arms in an instant, had a huge drop in his strength. Ling Xiao simply switched back to his original body, because this was enough. If he used the venerable sovereign body for too long, he was afraid that others would see through it. This was his trump card at this stage, so he couldn't expose it so quickly. Ah! Lu Shan screamed miserably, but no one dared to help. Even the King of Punishment didn't dare to. If he helped Lu Shan now, it meant that he was also dissatisfied with Dizun. For the time being, he didn't want to do that. Therefore, Lu Shan had to bear this responsibility alone. This way, it would be more realistic. Lu Shan might not be afraid of death, but he was really frightened by Ling Xiao's vicious methods. There was fear in his eyes. His previous righteous indignation and determination to die became more and more fragile. Ling Xiao sneered, since this old man liked to pretend to be a hero. Fine, I'll let you pretend to your heart's content. The nine-headed demon king, Snake, appeared behind him. Then, Ling Xiao activated a new formation diagram. Snake God Poison Domain Formation Diagram. In this formation diagram, not only would the terrifying poisonous fog always exist, its power was also much stronger than the pure nine-snake poison domain. In addition, as long as the formation diagram was not removed, there would be countless densely packed poisonous snakes attacking and biting the enemy. The pitiful elder Lu Shan already lost both his arms. He was currently urging his divine essence to recover his arms with all his might. At this time, he was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. The terrifying poisonous fog even burrowed into his wounds. Under this kind of pain, the punishment of a basin seemed to be nothing. Some people really weren't afraid of death, but they couldn't survive this terrifying torture. This Lu Shan was actually already very powerful, facing such a cruel situation. He actually endured it. Although he was incomparably terrified, although he let out waves of screams, he still endured it. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's methods were definitely not so simple. Opening the heavenly demon eye, Lu Shan, whose soul had already been tortured, finally declared a complete collapse. "Spare me, I beg of you, spare me." It was the Punishment King who told me to do all of this. He promised to give me a monarch armament with 7 dragon markings. As soon as these words came out, Huang Jinding's face turned ashen. He had been completely tricked. The one who made this suggestion was Lu Shan himself, and he only nodded. Why did it sound like he was the mastermind when it came from Lu Shan's mouth? What an idiot! Yang Fan shook his head. "Huang Jinding, you really disappoint me. This matter is too careless." The seemingly unsolvable dilemma was actually for a kind opponent. But Ling Xiao was not kind. He could use the most vicious method to punish the wicked. This was why he would never be schemed against by the enemy. Spare you? Ling Xiao chuckled. Since you're asking for death, then I'll naturally give you a reason to die. There's one more thing that you have to clarify for me. He suddenly took out a sword from the Dong Sheng Emperor ring. This sword was a 9-dragon pattern emperor weapon. It was not as good as the Crimson Blood Demon Sword or the Reverse God Sword, but it had a very terrifying characteristic, which was that it could turn the martial artist it killed into an undead spirit clan member, and it would be controlled by the person holding the sword. The strength of the undead spirit clan member was closely related to the power of the user's attack. Its name was Soul Summoning Sword. Ling Xiao stabbed out with the sword and directly pierced Lu Shan's spirit realm. The moment Lu Shan died, he became an undead spirit clan member, and his cultivation was actually at the 3rd level of the divine body realm. This was enough to show that Ling Xiao's attack power had reached the level of being able to kill a 3rd-level divine body realm martial artist. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party was completely defenseless. Lu Shan is actually an undead spirit clan member. No wonder he wanted to smear Ling Xiao's reputation. I'm afraid even the undead spirit emperor doesn't want Ling Xiao to become the Golden Sovereign. Mobile version update website. Chapter 47:30. Yes, although Ling Xiao is not strong now, he must have a way to deal with the dead spirit emperor. This kind of voice suddenly became the mainstream. Huang Jinding's face was not only ugly at this time, but he also felt like vomiting blood. How could Lu Shan be an undead spirit? He had played it big this time. Not only did he fail to kick Ling Xiao into the abyss, but he also got himself dirty. He's not an undead spirit. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with surprise and indifference. We've underestimated this Ling Xiao too much. This kid will definitely become our biggest obstacle. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Go and kill that guy. This way, you can clarify your relationship with Lu Shan. Huang Jinding hadn't reacted yet. The Flame King had already charged forward. Raging flames burned the heavens as he killed the undead warrior. Huang Jinding, you're really good. You actually let an undead spirit warrior sneak into the punishment hall and become an elder. Fortunately, he was forced to reveal his true form today. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to wash away the dirty water on his body. How could the Fire Emperor not seize such a good opportunity to bite back at Huang Jinding? He was so angry just now that he naturally had to vent it now. Fire Emperor, I believe that His Excellency was just careless. He's not stupid enough to let an undead spirit warrior come out to teach me a lesson. Even if he wants to cooperate with the dead spirit emperor, he should do it secretly. There's no need to blame him too much. On the surface, Ling Xiao's words were to help the Fire Emperor, but in fact, the more he spoke, the worse it became. He even hinted that the Fire Emperor was colluding with the dead Spirit Emperor. In fact, Ling Xiao's words were just nonsense. To be honest, the Fire Emperor was very cautious and didn't let him get a hold of it. Otherwise, he would have directly reported this matter to Huang Jinding, and the Fire Emperor would be finished. It could only be said that the opponent was really cunning. Today's victory was just a temporary victory. Looking at Yang Fan's calm expression, he knew that this opponent was far more terrifying than Huang Jinding. The matter of Lu Shan was indeed this old man's oversight. This old man apologizes to the emperor here. The same thing will never happen again. Our punishment hall will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. If we discover any more dead spirit clan martial artists, we will definitely execute them without mercy. Huang Jinding took a deep breath and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. Then he turned and left with the people from the Criminal Law King's mansion. Even if he lost, he wouldn't lose. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. Let's go too. Ling Xiao took a deep look at Yang Fan's back and sneered. No matter who you are, no matter how treacherous you are, if I, Ling Xiao, want to deal with you, then don't even think about turning the tables. Ling Xiao, you got 32 points in the first round. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble in the next 2 rounds. At this time, Yang Shi caught up and reminded him, in order to win, they will definitely do whatever it takes. I know. I've been very clear-headed since the beginning. Ling Xiao smiled and said, actually, there's no need to worry. It won't be that easy for them to need me, Ling Xiao. However, don't you want to become the Golden Sovereign? Ling Xiao looked at Yang Shi and asked, I don't want to. Yang Shi shook her head and said, if it weren't for you, I might have tried. But now I only support you. In the first round, because of Master, I couldn't make my own decision. But in the next 2 rounds, I will do my best to get you first place. You don't have to do this, Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. Don't think too much. I just feel that you are more suitable to become the Golden Sovereign. You will definitely lead the Golden Heavens region to victory in the next battle. Yang Shi said very seriously. After saying that, she left, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to refute. Sigh, I can only apologize to you. Ling Xiao sighed. In his heart, there was no room for a second woman other than the Moon Maiden. If you force yourself to love, it will only harm others. It was better to not love at all. This would be better for everyone. What's wrong, Emperor? Are you worried about the second round of the assessment? That's right. They lost the first round, so they will definitely be crazier later on. I don't know what kind of methods they will use. The Fire Emperor saw Ling Xiao frowning and thought that Ling Xiao was worried about the competition, so he tried to comfort him. I will be careful. Ling Xiao smiled. It was better to focus on the competition. There was no point in thinking about other things at this time. We will rest for a day tomorrow. The second round of the assessment will be held the day after tomorrow. On the day of departure, Dizun will announce the mission. You should rest well for the next 2 days. Don't think too much. It doesn't make much sense anyway. I still have a lot of faith in you, the Fire Emperor said again. The day after tomorrow, you're really busy. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. The second round could be said to be the most important round. Although he got first place in the first round, the gap between his score and the other 3 wasn't that big. If he didn't perform well in the second round, he could only fight with his back against the wall in the last round. That wasn't safe because he didn't know what the rules of the battle were. Therefore, getting as many points as possible this morning was the way to go. The second round of the assessment is a bit troublesome because it's not just a test of combat strength. So I don't know what to do. In short, during the mission, try your best to complete some things. Try your best to stay united. Perhaps your score will be higher. It's said that there are 10 scoring points, so there are 10 scoring teams. Each scoring team will pay attention to a scoring point and score each candidate. You don't have to worry about fairness. I told you before that the one who will be the judge is Huang Jinwei, Huang Jinwei's personal guard. Although there will be other warriors in the scoring team, the final score will be decided by the judges. Whether you can get a high score this time will depend on your own performance. I know. No one knew what the scoring point was before the end of the second round. Of course, Dizun was an exception. However, Dizun wouldn't tell Ling Xiao this. Since Ling Xiao chose to participate in the assessment, then it would be carried out according to the rules. There would be no point in cheating. It was better to explore all of this during the mission. At the same time, it was also a training for his own ability. After returning to the Fire Emperor's palace, Ling Xiao went to rest. At the same time, the Criminal Law King's palace was enveloped by a strange aura. This aura was able to make Di-Zun's monitoring mistake. The scene he saw was completely different from the actual scene. At this time, there were many people gathered in the criminal law king's palace. Among them were Yang Fan, Huang Jinding, Fair King, and Huang Jinyu. There were even Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond. They were all candidates for the Golden Emperor. Except for Ling Xiao and Yang Shui, they were all gathered here. Do you want to become stronger? Yang Fan looked at Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond and asked, "What do you mean?" The three of them weren't idiots. When they heard Yang Fan's words, they knew that Yang Fan was the boss here, and Huang Jinding was just below him. However, they didn't understand what Yang Fan meant. Who didn't want to become stronger? As long as one was a martial artist, they would want to become stronger. Chapter 47:31. If you want to become stronger, follow me. As Yang Fan spoke, he suddenly released a terrifying aura. He was actually at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. No wonder even the Golden Cauldron was afraid of him. The Undying King, Bailey Shiwu, and Raymond were stunned. "What's your relationship with the dead spirit emperor?" Bailey Shiwu suddenly asked. "Oh, you actually saw through it. Since that's the case, things are simple. I'm the direct disciple of the dead spirit emperor. Also, I'm the one who betrayed the Golden Cauldron. I used to have a name called Feng Chunshao." Yang Fan suddenly felt that if he wanted to succeed, he couldn't limit himself to the punishment hall. He had to recruit subordinates from the outside. Among these three, one was at the 3rd level of the divine physique echelon, while the other two were at the 4th level of the divine physique echelon. If he could recruit them, it would definitely be a good thing. Ling Xiao wanted to become the Golden Cauldron King? Not a chance. Therefore, he announced his identity today. "Aren't you afraid that we'll leak your identity?" Bailey Shiwu frowned. The three of them weren't fools. In that instant, they realized something very troublesome. Now that they knew Yang Fan's identity, and that he was Feng Chenshao, the only way to survive was to submit to Yang Fan. Otherwise, there was no other way. What are you afraid of? You won't leak it anyway. Yang Fan smiled, faintly. "You're all smart people. Since you're here today, you only have 2 choices. Either you submit or you die." "You want us to submit to you? Don't even think about it." Raymond had a fiery temper. In the end, he wasn't as tolerant as the Undying King and Bailey Shiwu. "Is that so?" Yang Fan sneered. His figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Raymond. Before the others could react, Yang Fan had already injected something into Raymond's body. It was a black bug. Raymond screamed in fright and suddenly became sluggish. "Dead spirit bug." Bailey Shiwu cried out in shock. He had once read about it in an ancient book. It was a bug that lived in tombs and could parasitize corpses. Then it could manipulate the corpses. "That's right. It's a dead spirit bug, but my master, the dead spirit emperor, has already modified it. This allowed the dead spirit worms to live in the body of a living person. They survived by absorbing the energy of living people. At the same time, they could control the actions of living people. Raymond is now just a puppet of mine. Usually, it just looks a little dull, but other than that, it hasn't changed much." Yang Fan sneered at Raymond and said, "Attack Bailey Shiwu." Raymond received the order and attacked Bailey Shiwu. Only then did Yang Fan shout for them to stop. He just wanted to show Bailey Shiwu and the Undying King. "You two understand now. The reason why I didn't use the dead spirit worms on you is because I don't need puppets. What I want are subordinates who can really get things done." Yang Fan looked at the two indifferently and said, "Take this thing, otherwise you'll end up like Raymond," he said while holding 2 cocoon-like objects in his hand. The eggs of the dead spirit worms are sealed in here. If you dare to disobey my orders, I will release the seal and let the eggs live in your bodies. At that time, you'll end up like Raymond. Yang Fan was threatening them. It was a blatant threat. Because of Ling Zhao's appearance, his plan was messed up. He had to change his plan and speed up his plan. In fact, it was very risky to target these 3 people this time. If Huang Jindi found out, all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would not be able to gain an absolute advantage in the battle against Ling Zhao. Bailey Shiwu and the Undying King looked at each other. In the end, they had no choice but to do as Yang Fan said. They did not want to become puppets like Raymond, and they would definitely not be able to defeat Yang Fan. Therefore, this was the only way to save their lives. Very well. You only have one mission now, and that is to kill Ling Zhao by any means. In the past, Yang Fan thought that it would be enough to drive Ling Zhao away. However, ever since the end of the first round, he deeply realized just how terrifying Ling Zhao was. Drive him away? Absolutely not. He had to kill him to make him feel at ease. Understood. The 2 of them nodded and left one after another. Raymond also returned to the Thunder King Palace under Yang Fan's control. Young master, is it worth it to do this for a mere Ling Zhao? Huang Jinyu was a little unhappy. If there is a chance in the second round, I will kill him. No, you can't do that. Yang Fan shook his head and said, in the second round, the biggest taboo is to fight with your own family. Not only can you not kill Ling Zhao, but you also have to complete the mission well. Only then will you be able to catch up to Ling Zhao's score. Although I don't know what the points are for now, it should be just a few points. Decisiveness, the ability to adapt, the ability to solve problems, and so on. As long as you pay attention to these, it won't be a problem to get a high score. So, young master has always been considerate of me. This subordinate is stupid. Huang Jinyu hurriedly bowed and thanked him. We are all on the same side, so let's not talk about this. In short, you have to remember that your mission is not to kill Ling Zhao. It is to complete the mission. As for killing Ling Zhao, I will naturally let someone else do it. After all, Yang Fan was once Huang Jindi's disciple, so he knew Huang Jindi's personality very well. He could indeed guess some of the points, although it was not very accurate. Fire King Palace. Ling Zhao was comprehending the second level of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist. The difficulty of the Cosmic Light Divine Fist was much greater than he had imagined. After all, the first level was already very terrifying. It could make time stop. Many powerful warriors would be killed by him. Right at this moment, there was suddenly chaos outside. Ling Zhao frowned. This was the Fire King Palace, and there was an array formation protecting it. It should be impossible for anyone to attack. Then there was only one possibility. It was the people from the Fire King Palace looking for trouble. Even the Fire King couldn't interfere in this kind of matter. Scram! Ling Zhao was about to get up and check the situation. Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Following that, 3 figures flew in. 3 holes were created in the wall. The 3 of them were the Spear King Emin Zilong, the Scarlet Flame Patriarch, and the Green Lotus Swordswoman. One of them was at the second level of the Divine Physique Echelon, while the other 2 were at the first level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Even with such strength, they were still sent flying. It could only mean that the opponent was too terrifying. Bailey Shiwu. Ling Zhao saw the figure that appeared at the door. It was Bailey Shiwu. Bailey Shiwu's eyes were emitting cold-killing intent, as though Ling Zhao was his father's murderer. Ling Zhao, ever since you came to the City of Gold, the Fire King Palace has been in a mess. Today, I must kill you and clear the Fire King Palace. Bailey Shiwu glared at Ling Zhao and roared. At this moment, many warriors had gathered around. When they saw this scene, they didn't know what to do. Chapter 47:32. On one side was Bailey Shiwu, the Fire King Palace's #2 expert. On the other side was Ling Xiao, the Fire King's most valued young man. It didn't seem right to help either of them. Have you lost your mind? Ling Xiao frowned. His impression of Bailey Shiwu wasn't such a brainless person. Even if Bailey Shiwu hated him, he wouldn't use such a stupid method to deal with him. After all, this was the Fire King Palace. Once the Fire King attacked, Bailey Shiwu might be killed. Lost my mind? That's right, I've lost my mind. No matter what you say, you have to die. Bailey Shiwu roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao couldn't block a fourth-level divine physique echelon expert. In just an instant, he was blasted away by Bailey Shiwu. Luckily, his body was strong enough, so he only suffered some light injuries. Also, why did it feel like Bailey Shiwu didn't use his full strength? What was wrong with him? Did he underestimate him or go easy on him? Ling Xiao originally wanted to enter the Dizun physique to kill Bailey Shiwu, but he changed his mind. He was ready to take a gamble. Even if he was really killed, he could still revive. However, if he killed Bailey Shiwu, there would be a lot of things that he couldn't figure out. Therefore, he endured it. However, it didn't mean that he wouldn't fight back. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to see through him. Also, how could he miss such a good opportunity to train? He knew that his original body was definitely not a match for a fourth-level divine physique echelon expert, but the improvement it brought was really huge. After taking a hit from his opponent, the energy in his cultivation C increased from 70% to 80%. It was really a lot. Sun God's blood diagram. This was a life-saving technique that he had to use. It contained the bloodthirsty plague, the bloody devil rat, and the vertical golden light technique. Moreover, they were all strengthened versions. It would be a waste if he didn't use them. At the same time, he chose Sky Tyrant Possession. He took out the Void God sword. He didn't use the Crimson Blood Demon sword because he wanted to evolve the Cosmic Light Divine Fist in battle. That was how he evolved the Void-Shattering Finger. Bailey Shiwu's killing intent towards Ling Xiao was real. This was something that Ling Xiao and the spectating martial artists could all feel. It was precisely because this murderous aura was real that it stimulated the release of his potential. You're still trying to resist? What a joke. Do you really think you can defeat a martial artist at the fourth level of the divine body realm? Bailey Shiwu sneered. His movements became even faster, and his might became even more ferocious. Ling Xiao did not dare to meet force with force. Using the Earth Golden Light technique, he continuously dodged while waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Although he was no match for the other party, how could it be so easy for the other party to kill him? Of course, the strength of a martial artist at the fourth level of the divine physique echelon was also extremely terrifying. Bailey Shiwu was an expert in actual combat. Therefore, his experience and combat skills were extremely rich. Compared to some so-called geniuses, this was a true veteran. After all, he was already 180 years old. He had lived many years longer than Ling Xiao. Without the help of the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao might not be able to defeat Bailey Shiwu in terms of battle techniques. Fire God's Fist. Bailey Shiwu suddenly activated his divine energy. The entire Child God's blood diagram turned into a sea of flames. The surrounding buildings were also set ablaze. The martial artists frantically tried to put out the fire. Otherwise, this place would really turn into ruins. The Fire God's Fist enveloped the entire Child God's blood diagram. Therefore, Ling Xiao could not avoid it. At that moment, He felt as though the entire world was enveloped in terrifying flames and was charging towards him. It was as though the world was falling apart. There was no way he could avoid it. He could only give it his all. Although Ling Xiao could not block all the fist shadows, he only needed to destroy the fist shadows in front of him. Dragon God's ice diagram. Void shattering finger. Shatter the void. The instant the ice diagram was released, the fiery fist shadows that covered the sky were all frozen for a moment. It was merely a moment, not even a second. After all, the other party was too strong, and Ling Xiao did not use the power of the body of three supremes. Therefore, the ice diagram's power was weaker. However, it was enough. Shatter the void. Ling Xiao finally found a ray of hope for himself. After the endless fire god's fist landed, Ling Xiao activated the invincible divine ape diagram. The fire god's fist lasted for a full minute. Seeing this scene, the white silver dragon, green lotus swordswoman, and ancestor scarlet flame were all terrified. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would really be killed. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was still breathing. Only then did they feel relieved. Blurg. Ling Xiao vomited mouthfuls of blood. Damn. Using the power of the original body to fight a fourth-level divine physique echelon martial artist was truly terrible. Even though he had already used many methods to reduce the damage, Bailey Shiwu still managed to severely injure him. However, at the same time, it also allowed his cultivation to have a substantial breakthrough. Boom! Ling Xiao's power suddenly increased by 10 times. His cultivation had broken through once again. He reached the 9th level of the core-shattering realm. Bailey Shiwu frowned, but an unnoticeable smile actually flashed across his eyes. It was not a sneer, but a gratified smile. What do you mean? Ling Xiao was even more confused. The fact that Bailey Shiwu came to kill him today was already strange enough. Bailey Shiwu's performance in the battle was even weirder. Although he looked murderous on the surface and wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but in reality, only Ling Xiao knew that Bailey Shiwu had not even released 70% of his power. It was obvious that Bailey Shiwu was going easy on him. He was definitely not underestimating his opponent. What happened? What is this guy thinking? Although Ling Xiao was smart, he still had no clue about this. He only felt that something was wrong with Bailey Shiwu today. Cosmic Divine Fist, Beast God Sky Devouring Flash. Although Ling Xiao was confused, he did not dare to stop the battle, because Bailey Shiwu was coming for him again. Just one fire god's fist almost took his life. He definitely could not be so passive anymore. The instant Bailey Shiwu executed the Cosmic Divine Fist, he paused for a moment. It was just a short pause, but it was enough for Ling Xiao to release the Beast God's Sky-Devouring Flash, and it left a deep wound on Bailey Shiwu's body. You can actually hurt me? How rare. The smile in Bailey Shiwu's eyes became even wider, but he did not stop attacking. But this is not enough. When you were fighting Lu Shan, your attack seemed to be even stronger. Show me what you're capable of, or you'll really die today. Behind Bailey Shiwu, a figure made of flames suddenly appeared. It was his martial soul, which seemed to be a humanoid fire elemental life form. At the same time, Ling Xiao felt that Bailey Shiwu had completely released the power that he had been suppressing. Emperor Physique. Ling Xiao also adjusted his strategy. Since he had successfully broken through, there was no need for him to suffer anymore. Although his recovery speed was fast, it was still very painful every time he was injured. It was not a good feeling. There was no need for him to do this. Bailey Shiwu was stunned for a moment when he felt Ling Xiao's aura increase. Then he smiled. Chapter 47:33. Once Ling Xiao entered the body of the sovereign, Bailey Shiwu's advantage would be gone. especially when Ling Xiao activated the Sun God's blood array and the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul's possession. It would be even harder for Bailey Shiwu to resist. The Black Lotus treasure light and the void-shattering finger created a void. Bailey Shiwu was killed in one move. The entire Fire King Palace fell into silence again. If it wasn't for the destroyed walls and houses, it would seem as if nothing had happened. Ling Xiao actually killed Bailey Shiwu. How is this possible? Could it be that his cultivation is fake? It must be. How can a 9th-level Shattered Core realm martial artist fight against a 4th-level divine physique realm martial artist? What's going on? Our Fire King Palace's martial artists are having an internal conflict. We lost Bailey Shiwu for nothing. Sigh. Those who didn't know what was going on sighed. Some even blamed Ling Xiao for being too ruthless. They were all on the same side. Couldn't you take it easy? Why did you have to kill him? Ling Xiao didn't give any explanation. He quickly repaired his residence with a secret technique and closed the door. He got the White Silver Dragon, Ancestor Scarlet Flame, and the Green Lotus Swordswoman to stand guard outside. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. He appeared in a void. The void was a world of white. It was also a world of despair. Bailey Shiwu stood there waiting for Ling Xiao. He wasn't dead. Creating a void could send a martial artist directly into the void created by Ling Xiao. The laws in the void were all controlled by Ling Xiao. If he wanted someone to die, they would die. If he wanted someone to live, they would live. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the white world turned into green mountains and clear waters. The two of them sat in the green mountains and clear waters and started chatting. "You're in trouble?" Ling Xiao asked. "Don't worry. This is a void created by me. No one can eavesdrop," he added when he saw that Bailey Shiwu was still hesitating. "That's right, I'm in trouble. This is actually a small matter. The key is that Golden City is in danger." Bailey Shiwu shook his head. "Today, I came to see if you have the ability to defend Golden City. If not, I would really kill you to prevent you from falling into the hands of those people and becoming a scourge." "Are you talking about Yang Fan?" A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he suddenly realized something. "You know," Bailey Shiwu said in surprise. He had never paid attention to the young man named Yang Fan before, but Ling Xiao had actually noticed him. "I'm just a little suspicious. Who is he and what did he do to you?" Ling Xiao asked. "This Yang Fan, whose real name is Fang Qinxiao, is the disciple who betrayed the Dizun. He is now the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor," Bailey Shiwu replied. "No wonder." Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. This Yang Fan had terrifying strength and deep schemes. His identity must be extraordinary. It would be understandable if he was the direct disciple of the Death Spirit Emperor. He did not say much and quietly listened to Bailey Shiwu's words. He believed that Bailey Shiwu must have more important information to tell him. Sure enough, Bailey Shiwu continued, "The Undying King and I were both fed dead spirit worm eggs. According to Yang Fan, these eggs are sealed. As long as I do something wrong, the seal will be released. The dead spirit worms will hatch and completely control me." The pitiful Raymond was directly controlled by the death spirit worm and became a true puppet. "Is it okay for you to do this now?" Ling Xiao was worried. "I'm going all out today. No matter what, I don't want to be used by that bastard and become a stain on the Fire King Palace and a traitor of Golden City." Bailey Shiwu shook his head. "I'm different from you. I've been in Golden City since I was young. The Fire King has taken care of me. If I betray him, I'll be struck by lightning. Perhaps after I tell you this, I'll be controlled by the dead spirit worms. You don't have to be polite. Just kill me. I don't want to be played like a puppet." At this point, Bailey Shiwu's expression changed drastically. "Quick, do it. Bailey Shiwu exclaimed. The dead spirit worms are hatching. Master, is there any way to get rid of the dead spirit worms? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. There is a way, but it's too late now. Let's freeze him first. This way, the dead spirit worm's eggs will also be frozen and unable to hatch. We need time. Yuan Venerate was knowledgeable and could think of an appropriate solution in an instant. Ling Xiao nodded and turned the space where Bailey Shiwu was into a cold space. Don't worry, I won't let you die or let you be controlled by the dead spirit worms. A loyal person like you shouldn't die like this. After he finished speaking, Bailey Shiwu had already turned into an ice sculpture. However, this was only temporary. It would allow Bailey Shiwu to live for more than a month. This was enough time for Yuan Venerate to come up with many solutions. Master, what did you say just now? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. Since Yang Fan was the one who made Bailey Shiwu eat the dead spirit worms, he must have the antidote on him. This thing will backfire on its owner. Yang Fan must have taken precautions. Yuan Venerate said, this is the simplest and most direct method. Another method is to inject immortal fire into Bailey Shiwu's body to burn the dead spirit worm's eggs. However, this is very difficult and is even more difficult than cultivating a level 10 sacred grade cultivation technique. If you aren't careful, you might lose his life. Therefore, we should start with Yang Fan first. If it doesn't work, we will use another method. That's the only way. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Things had suddenly become a lot more difficult. However, at the same time, his target had become clearer. Previously, he didn't know who Yang Fan was and couldn't make a move casually. However, now that he knew that Yang Fan was the disciple of the dead spirit emperor and Huang Jindi, it would be easier to deal with him. When Ling Xiao came out of the space, he saw the flame emperor waiting there. Why are you so late? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Logically speaking, the flame emperor should have been the first to arrive after something like this had happened in the flame emperor palace. It's all because of you. The sovereign looked for me and gave you some help. He told me about the mission in advance. The flame emperor smiled and said, Is Bailey Shiwu all right? He's dead. Ling Xiao said with a straight face. Stop trying to fool me. He's not dead, right? The flame emperor didn't believe him at all. After all, Bailey Shiwu was his disciple. Even if Ling Xiao wanted to kill him, he would let him do it. You're smart. Although he's not dead, he's in a more troublesome situation. Ling Xiao then explained Bailey Shiwu's situation briefly. However, he didn't mention Yang Fan. The Flame Emperor was hot-tempered and couldn't hide things. Now wasn't the time to completely fall out with Yang Fan. It would be the time to do so after he became the Golden Sovereign and grasped power.